each team would have, and they return from international duty every now and again as this is pushed into the offside. It's like here. It's a funny one. Yesterday, I was just quietly weighing up the reaction to Ben Duckett, who's over the last 18 months or so had a terrific time of things with England and scored some big runs and some exciting runs in all formats and gets on with it. And in Test cricket, doesn't like to let the ball go past him without playing a shot, as Hughes dances down the track and then leaves it alone. He's scored some tremendous centuries for England, and he's very much a stable part of the top order in all three formats. But the reaction yesterday was one of, Notts have been doing all right. Do we really need him? And we've had the ECB thrust a player upon us now, disturbing the top order. And Freddie McCann, at 20 years of age, is he the future? This is pushed into the offside very much so. Why should he lose his place to a returning England player? And then then we saw Ben Duckett, as you say, as we've seen with Tom Haynes here. There were one or two flashy shots from Ben Duckett, and then he got out playing very loosely and nicked behind to John Simpson, and of course that poured even more scorn on his selection from a number. Next ball on its way and edged down into the ground and taken by Joe Clark at first slip. In fact, he's got it on the finger end. I understand, he walked back up those stairs to almost silence, which often happens when somebody gets out cheaply. But I think the general feeling was that your England player coming back into the starting 11 wasn't necessarily greeted with all the acclaim you would normally expect it to. No. Like if Ben Stokes plays for Durham, I think there'd be, they put the bunting out on the red carpet. This is pushed away on the offside, and it's a shame if people do feel like that about Ben coming back. But it's also a shame that Freddie McCann didn't get the chance to play yesterday. This next one's cut away onto the offside for 4. That was a lovely shot from Hughes. Possibly the best shot that we've seen so far. 29 without loss, and Notts, unlike in the first innings, struggling to create any opportunities here at the moment.
I think it's a great point. I mean, I do understand that the England side is, you want them to do as well as possible, and players have to be protective from the amount of cricket that they're playing, etc., etc. But you're right. If you've got a side who's going well, and someone comes into the side, I guess you're wanting them to contribute, aren't you? But it can be unsettling, particularly when a youngster gets left out. Fergus O'Neill coming running around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who's solidly forward. I'm glad to see Tom Haynes play that shot, foot right to the pitch of the ball, defensively plays it to mid-off, and there is no run.
Do you think Dan Hughes would have just had a little quiet word?
It's intriguing you say that, because Tom has said a couple of times this season it's the first time in his career that he's opened the innings with anybody who's older than him, and I think that's made a big difference to Tom. I think just that experienced pro at the other end. In comes O'Neill, bowls to Haynes, who defends into the offside, no run. And I'm a believer that with Tom that he's a very fine player, but my own personal belief is he got the pressure of captaincy put on him far too early in his career, when he should have. Tom's job, it's hard enough opening the batting in the county championship, particularly this time of year, without having that burden of captaincy on his shoulders. And although just break off for a moment as in comes O'Neill, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes drives down to deep backward point and picks up a single. He goes to 21, Sussex to 30 without loss. And he spoke admirably, Tom, and spoke about the honour of captaining Sussex, which it clearly is. But he was in a side that was full of young players, and Sussex were getting beaten week in, week out. And I just don't, I think Tom's career stalled at that stage, and I think he's now gone up a level with Paul Farbrace involved, with Dan Hughes. So we're now seeing, but it didn't help his development in those years, I don't believe. In comes O'Neill, bowls, Hughes defends. But still gets a single down to deep backward point. I mean, he was around the line set up at that stage. 31 without loss, and he's a fine player. And Sussex need him to be in the runs again today. He's made a couple of hundreds this season, both of those at Hove. He's got a start today. Sussex now trailing by exactly 100.
Yeah, the easy bit has been chalked off.
O'Neill around the wicket bowls. There we are, you see, I'm not... I mean, that's a ball that's pitching just outside of off stump, and I guess, you know, as a commentator, if he thrashes that through the covers for 4 runs, you say, what a beautiful shot. But when you're beaten like that, you think, is that a very wise shot?
No, if it comes out the middle of the bat, you're entitled to say it was a great shot, but it was nowhere near it. O'Neill must be wondering when his luck's going to change. He didn't get a wicket in the first innings. He got a duck with the bat earlier today.
Comes in now, bowls to Tom Haynes. Haynes is forward and does play more circumspectly on this occasion. Into mid-wicket, there is no run. 31 without loss. Haynes 21, Hughes on 10. You can only speak as you see a game unfolding. I'm just thinking here, Sussex are 100 behind. They've made a decent start. You know, we know the wicket is doing a little bit. Let's just see this new ball off. We know how dangerous this Nottinghamshire seam attack is. However, they're both still there, but 1 or 2 shots that you think, is a bit dodgy.
Yeah. Agree with you. Houghton to continue. Reminder that Notts have got 3 seam bowlers, or quicker bowlers, in this match. They normally have 4. Lyndon James not playing. Here's Brett Houghton. Bowls now. It's a nice clip from Hughes up to Seabermead, the Notts captain, at mid-off. But they're playing the extra spinner instead, so they've got Farhan Ahmed, the off spinner, and Liam Patterson-White, the slow left armer. In fact, on the live stream there you can see Lyndon James, who wasn't feeling too well yesterday morning and missed this one, but he was on the ground yesterday, is here again today. Viral infection ruling him out. Hughes on 10. Let's this go through to Verena, the wicket keeper. Day can't seem to make its mind up with regards to the weather. I don't think we've at any point seen any blue sky, but it's not been too bad. It's just sort of milky cloud cover. The sun is there somewhere and trying to penetrate it, but it's been unable to. Not as cold as some feared, I think, today.
No. Been quite pleasant if you're in the sun.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, they are away to our left in the Fox Road stand. They're the sun worshippers, more often than not. Here's Houghton, bowls, and again Hughes well out of his crease as he tries to play this ball, spitting up at him from short of a length. I think Houghton saw him coming. Remains 31 without loss.
Yes, that change of tactics, isn't even Dan Hughes. I mean, in the first innings, there was a number of occasions we both commented where he took a couple of steps down the track. He's just examining his left hand there, Daniel Hughes. He's okay.
Houghton once more. Umpires have changed ends, of course. It's blocked out onto the leg side. So Mark Newell, former Sussex player, is down at the far end. Ian Blackwell at this end. For a number of counties, didn't he? Blackwell, Somerset, Durham, Warwickshire, to name but 3. Played a little bit for England. He's standing at square leg. As Houghton, again, just a little bit too wide, and it goes through to Verena.
Didn't realize he played for England.
Ian Blackwell, yeah. Fairly sure he did. Find something to sort of confirm that. Which I wouldn't have done if you hadn't have just put the query in my mind. Houghton bowls. Hughes defends. Ian Blackwell, former cricketer who played for England at ODI and Test level. So
well done, you.
1 Test and 34 ODIs.
Oh, okay, well, I should have known that.
Only Test, 1st of March 2006 or 8. Got the sun on my screen. 2006 versus India, and ODIs between 2002 and 2006.
Fergus O'Neill comes in, bowls to Tom Haynes. He's trying to drive through extra cover, gets wrapped on the pad. The ball bounces a long way down the track and is picked up at mid-off by Hasim Habib. And there is no run.
It was called up by England after Ashley Giles had to withdraw from the 2006 tour to India. After impressing in warm-up matches, he was selected for the first Test against India in Nagpur.
O'Neill in bowls to... Oh, crumbs. Well, Tom Haynes has got another boundary. I mean, Fergus O'Neill probably wonders what he's got to do here. Again, it was a curious shot by Tom. I don't mean to be critical in any way. As I say, you can only describe what you see, but he looked like he was always trying to cut that one down to third man. He's got a big inside edge. The ball has somehow missed the stumps. He goes to 25, but it's a slightly skittish innings. Would that be fair, Dave?
Very much so, yeah.
I know Tom very well, and he just doesn't. Every ball you think he might get out next ball. In comes O'Neill, bowls, and he gets a single here down to third man. He goes to 26, the total to 36 without loss.
A little more on Ian Blackwell here with a Sussex bent. Despite impressing after impressing in the warm-up matches, he was selected for his only Test against India in Nagpur. However, the inference is that Andrew Flintoff didn't take to him. Flintoff, the captain, only gave him 6 fairly expensive overs, whilst at the other end, Sussex spinner Monty Panesar bowled 42 overs.
Comes O'Neill, bowls to Hughes, who's forward defensively. I'm going to need to disappear for 2 minutes, Dave, to do my update.
There he goes, the magic act that is Adrian Harms, just disappearing before my very eyes. 36 without loss. The former Doc Martin extra. Went to the 8th over of the innings. And James just taking the afternoon air now, walking around the boundary edge in his shorts. Just on the Fox Road side of the ground. Here's O'Neill then. Can he force a breakthrough? He can't. This one spears into the pads, drops down on the leg side, and didn't see a signal. So maybe some bat involved. 37 without loss. Still no extras in the innings. O'Neill in again, and the skittish Tom Haynes chops this out behind square for a single. .38 without loss at the end of the 8th over, so 4 overs for Houghton, 4 overs for O'Neill. Not really that's too many questions. There's been 3 or 4 certainly false shots, but they've gone hard at the ball and got away with it at the moment. 38 without loss. With Brett Hutton to continue. And he comes now, bowls to Haynes, little block up to Hamid at mid-off, and there's no run. Not striving for a breakthrough this Saturday afternoon, and there's going to be 1 run here. Haynes Pushing it to the left of Liam Patterson-White in the covers, takes a single, 39 without loss. The other two Division 1 games continue. Surrey 141 for 2 now in their first innings, replying to Somerset's 283. And at New Road, Worcestershire, who were 6 for 3, they're now 33 for 3 in their second innings, leading Durham by 59. Still in the first innings of the match at Derby, where Derbyshire now 407 for 7 against Middlesex. As Hutton bowls past the outside edge through to Verena. At Bristol, Gloucestershire made 252, heading towards parity there with Leicestershire, 218 for 7. Just a glance at that scorecard at Derby. Martin Anderson is 89 not out in that Derbyshire score of 408 for 7. Of course, that's against his former county, Middlesex, so he'd very much enjoy turning that into 3 figures. Here comes Brett Hutton. Batted well again today for Notts, but dropped this one just too short. Helped away on the leg side, but Fergus O'Neill there to cut it off in front of the William Clark stand. Thought when he played the shot there was certainly going to be a boundary. But O'Neill in the right place. 40 without loss. Sussex trail by 91. It's going to have a really good session here. They'll be right back in this game. And Brett Hutton there has... No, he's just pulled out of his approach. Now, whether it was losing his stride or he felt that Tom Haynes wasn't ready, but he pulled out halfway through his approach there, Hutton. But he seems to be okay. Just turned round and made his way back. Or is he? Or is he? He's now speaking to the skipper. And no, that is going to be Brett Hutton. He's going over to talk to Asiba Mead. And that's bad news for Notts, because Brett Hutton, in the 9th over, he's bowled 4.4 overs. Brett Hutton is going to come out of the attack. And looks like he's going to come off the field. And this is really bad news for Brett Hutton first and foremost. Bad news for Nottinghamshire, in that they are starting to collect injured fast bowlers, as has been the way over the last few years. So Josh Tong is going to complete this over. There's 2 balls left, and a reminder here that Josh Tong is on a hat-trick. So Tong coming on to conclude the over. He'll be bowling to Tom Haynes. Rob Lord is on as the sub-fielder. So here's Josh Tong on a hat-trick. Comes in now and bowls down the leg side, and taken by Verena, and didn't brush anything on its way through. Tong to conclude the over. Comes in now and bowls, and again leg side, and that's just tickled away for 4. So disappointing. In an ideal world, Josh Tong, of course, would have had a little more notice that he was going to be coming on to bowl, but didn't get any notice there really. Yeah, I was just looking there. I don't think that actually is Rob Lord. He's just wearing Rob Lord's sweater, the replacement sub. But Sam Cetron is on the field now. Didn't see. Well, Brett Hutton's gone off, so it's all unfolding here for Nottinghamshire, with Brett Hutton off the field. Last thing they needed, with only 3 seamers in this game, is to lose one of them.
And he pulled up, didn't he, in that run?
Yeah.
Fergus O'Neill, he's okay, comes running in and bowls to Daniel Hughes. I reckon that's going down the leg side, and there is no run.
The fact that he turned and started walking back, I wondered if, I don't know, he just lost his stride, or, we'll maybe sense that the batter wasn't ready, but then he got to the end of the mark and started feeling inside his groin area and spoke to the skipper, and that was that.
O'Neill around the wicket, bowls. Hughes forward, plays to mid-wicket, no run.
And of course it sort of spoilt Josh Tong's hat-trick attempt, because he hadn't really got any time to warm up. It was just suddenly you're on, finish the over.
So Sussex off to a good start. It's been the most convincing of starts, but nonetheless they've scored the runs very quickly.
Yeah, the 44 without loss. That's the main thing.
It is. O'Neill in again, bowls to Hughes, who's right in behind this and eases that down to third man. Picks up a single, does Daniel Hughes. Goes to 13, the total to 45 without loss.
Didn't pan out too well for Sussex Sharks women today, did it?
No, they've lost 2 now, but that's a very heavy defeat.
Where, well, I was going to ask a question that I'm already on the page to look it up. I was going to ask where it was played at.
Yes, they're playing the matches at
it's
home.
at Hove, yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah. They've got the stream set up and the commentary on all those games in the Metro Cup and the T20 Cup when it comes around. Comes O'Neill bowls down the leg side to Tom Haynes, who helps that. Did he get something on that? No, they are leg buys. The total goes to 14, and O'Neill kicks away at the crease. He's annoyed with himself. Yes, Sussex, I've probably seen you since when that was all about. I mean, Sussex were really desperately disappointed not to get a Tier 1 side for this, particularly because they'd done so much work around the women's game. Yeah. I mean, Hove for many years was almost the home of English women's cricket, and I think they felt some hard done by that they missed out. Despite some very good presentation, I understand they made as well to the powers that be. The sun is now pretty much fully out as in comes O'Neill. Round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who clips nicely onto the onside, and the Sussex 50 comes up in very quick time. They're battling on 5 and over here. Haynes goes to 33, Hughes to 13, and the arrears down to 81. And well, it's been, as I say, the runs are on the board. There have been 1 or 2 injudicious shots, and perhaps Tom Haynes has been a little fortunate at times, but the fact he's still there, he's got a start. Perhaps Sussex can go on and build on this.
Martin Anderson, I was just mentioning, was in the 90s. He's got his 100 for Derbyshire against his former county Middlesex.
And in bowls, edged by Hughes, and a good diving stop at second slip by Ben Duckett, no run. I also thought it was a good play. I was quite surprised Middlesex let him go, actually.
He got 100, was it last year or the year before, against Notts at Radlett, and I thought, what a very decent player he looked then.
He bowls a bit as well, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah.
Does he bowl leg spin?
Oh, I don't know. Can't remember.
No, there's someone else I'm thinking
I thought
of.
he was a medium pace.
Yes, yes, he is a medium pace. There's someone who bowls who bowls leg spin for Middlesex.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking he's a good. I remember seeing it. I think is that the same Martin Anderson?
Yeah.
They do let some good players go, Middlesex. Ryan Higgins being a prime example. Anyway, we are going to get a change of bowling, and we're going to get some spin, I think.
Farhan.
Yes.
Ahmed is going to come into the attack. You mentioned Sussex Sharks women. Says he unburdening. I've always had an axe to grind with Sussex Sharks women.
Go on.
2010, Notts men won the county championship. End of that year, we were invited to, the county side were invited to Buckingham Palace for them all to receive their medals from the Duke of Edinburgh, and the official handing over of the trophy and everything, as Farhan Ahmed is about to bowl his first ball of the second innings. Balls to Haynes and he defends. That same year, Sussex women won the women's county championship, and similarly they were invited. 33 on strike. You're wondering where I'm going with this, don't you? And this is pushed back to the bowler. There was an official photographer there, and as the Duke of Edinburgh was introduced to people, he gave all the medals out to all the participating players, men and women, handed over the medals. Official photographer taking photos, fabulous. Next one's pushed onto the offside. He was then introduced to all the various dignitaries, coaches, committee members, and hangers-on, which, you know, I don't mind myself being classified in that hangers-on. It was a real privilege to be invited to go with them and be there in Buckingham Palace in a line to meet the Duke of Edinburgh. Next ball is turned away on the leg side, and there'll be one run. Fergus O'Neill quickly to it. Before going to Buckingham Palace, Notts had to call in at on the street for a reception by, oh my word. Anyway, they had to crikey, it's gone from my memory, but they had to go and receive the county championship banner, the pennant, the big pennant that's in the pavilion at the far end. This goes through to the wicket keeper, 51 without loss, and so they received this great big pennant, great big flag, county champions 2010, and the flag was put into a carrier bag, and George, who was the dressing room attendant at the time, had the carrier bag with the pennant in, and I was in the line next to George to meet the Duke of Edinburgh. 51 without loss is the score here. Hughes on 13, on strike from far on and defends. And end of the over. And as the Duke of Edinburgh is coming down the line, having a natter to X, Y and Z, and then as he comes to me, holds his hand out and we locked hands for a handshake, and then with his other hand he sees George stood next to me with a carrier bag, and what the devil are you doing with a carrier bag in here, pointing with his other hand to George, and he's still holding hands with me for the handshake, never looked at me once. Well, and George, well sir, it's the county champions pennant, we've just been and received it, it's the flag which I'll take back and we'll put up in the pavilion at Trent Bridge. And and then he let go of me without ever looking at me or talking to me, as understandably. This is pushed back to O'Neill, sorry Adrian, and then he went on and on and on, and then, you know, he moved on, and then I said to the photographer, I bet you got a good photo of that, didn't you? You know, me holding hands, because I must have been locked hands with him for about 45 seconds whilst he's pointing and talking to George with his other hand, and the photographer said, I'm ever so sorry, Dave, I didn't get a photo at all. The Sussex women asked me to go and take a photo of them with their trophy and with Graham Swan. This has dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. So my
your moment of glory.
My moment of, not exactly glory. I'm not. Like I say, I don't think it was necessarily they'd have been able to get a great photo, but we were. You know, we had a handshake, and with his other hand, his left hand, he was all the time he was pointing at this carrier bag, fascinated by it.
How exciting to go to Buckingham. Well, did they always used to do that, present the trophy at Buckingham Palace?
Yeah.
O'Neill bowls. Oh, it's dropped.
Yeah.
That's the first drop that we've seen in the match, and it's a life for Tom Haynes. It's Joe Clark who's put it down. Thank you, Dave. It was low down. It was down by his left foot, but as with the catching in this match is absolutely outstanding, and that's the first chance that's gone down, and it's Tom Haynes who gets a life on 34, Sussex on 50 for 1.
Did say a couple of O'Neill overs ago that he'll be waiting for his luck to change, because he hasn't had a deal in this game.
O'Neill in again, bowls to Haynes, who's beaten outside the off stump. And again, it's been very, very good from O'Neill here. He's probing away. And Tom Haynes has got to 34, but on another day, to be honest, he could have been back in the pavilion on 2 or 3 occasions. So the chance goes down on 51. So when did they stop presenting the trophy at Buckingham Palace? In comes O'Neill again, bowls. Haynes is solidly forward, plays to mid-off, no run. And I wonder why.
Don't know who took over from the patron.
Is that what it was? Right.
Trying to think where it was we went before. And I can't.
O'Neill rushes in, bowls to Haynes, who defends with a very straight back to mid-on. And there is no run, never an over. Unfortunate over for Fergus O'Neill. Tom Haynes survives. He's on 34. Sussex are 51 without loss. It means the arrears now are exactly 80. And we're just going to see that drop again. Here we go. Draw. Well, it was low down. Do you know, it looked like he'd caught it. And then it just spilled out. But so the quality of the catching in this game has been absolutely outstanding. But unfortunately, Joe Clark has put the first chance that's gone down at slip. It was low down. He'll be disappointed that hasn't stuck.
Yeah, these people who they say should clear their emails. You've heard that. You're familiar with that phrase, aren't you? It's Farhan Ahmed bowling.
You don't, obviously.
So I've got an email here from Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club dated the 12th of October 2010. County Championship presentation at Buckingham Palace on the 19th of October. Confirming that I've been asked to attend. That's Farhan Ahmed bowls, and it's defended. And the thing I couldn't remember was before going to Buckingham Palace. First of all, we'd go for reception at the Lord's Taverners headquarters, which is 10 minutes walk away from Buckingham Palace. Right. So we had to go there first to get this pennant.
Did you all go down on a coach?
Went down on a coach, yeah.
For the day, or did you stay down?
Yeah, no, for the day.
Nice.
Jolly boys outing, yeah. Farhan Ahmed from the pavilion end, broad end, and it's defended. And in there, there's a cucumber sandwich and a cup of tea or whatever there was before we went to Buckingham Palace. And I think it should have been Chris Tarrant, who that year was the president of the Lord's Taverners, to present the thing over. And he was unavoidably detained or not available. As Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. So his deputy did the role, and his deputy was an actor called Robert Powell. And Robert Powell at the time was playing... It was a huge television epic, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
So we set off to go to Buckingham Palace and ended up stopping en route to meet Jesus Christ. Next ball is cut away to backward point. I'm not blaspheming, obviously.
It was but how nice to get presented at. So what did you say? All the format. Then did you go to once that was over? Did you all pop off and have a pint or something somewhere? Have a little reception somewhere, or?
I think there was a reception in there. Yeah, and then crates of beer on the coach on the way home.
Yeah,
Jolly boys outing.
How nice.
But I know Martin did it as well. This one's
did he?
Turned on the leg side when Durham won it. So that had been the year before Notts. And then I'm not sure afterwards. It would have been Lancashire and then Warwickshire. I know Kevin Hand didn't. He always sort of held that against Martin and myself when Middlesex won in 2016. They didn't invite him. But no, it's just a very nice thing to have experienced.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got inside there, but I'd have liked a photograph.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Yeah, with the late Duke.
So Sussex Sharks women.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Here comes Fergus O'Neill, bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes, no it isn't, it's Daniel Hughes, I'm sorry, plays it onto the onside, picks up a single. Hughes goes to 15, 53 without loss. Just looking elsewhere, Dave, Worcestershire now 44 for 5.
Oof.
Down at New Road, leading Durham by just 70. That could finish today, you know.
Yeah, but you wouldn't...
You want to see who's going to win.
No, you wouldn't know which way to have your charity shilling.
Ollie Pope out for just a single for Surrey today. Surrey 156 for 2. Applied to Somerset's 283. O'Neill in bowls, cut away by Hayes. That's a super shot, and that you know nothing wrong with that at all. It's a lovely shot by Tom Hayes. He goes to 38.57 without loss.
Just a bit flat, isn't it, from Notts? Great from Sussex, great from Haynes and Hughes. They've weathered Not entirely sure. It was a bit of a storm they had to weather. They got a little bit of a bonus, clearly, with Brett Hutton having to go off the field and Asiba Mead having to make an early decision, put Josh Tong on, and straight away, loose ball from him, and he was picked off for 4.
O'Neill in bowls. Forward comes Haynes. Plays back. O'Neill fields off his own bowling. There is no run.
The one chance they have created has been spilled and just feels a little flat at the moment.
Gary Knight's been in touch. Hello, Gary, big Sussex fan. Lovely to hear from you. He says, good afternoon, Adrian. I thought I'd send you a quick message before tuning in to listen to Brighton humiliate the not-so-happy Hammers later this afternoon. Gary is a big West Ham fan, despite living in Horsham. In comes O'Neill bowls. Haynes plays onto the onside. There is no run. He says, firstly, I can confirm that Shaq are indeed an excellent band. I can recommend their song Comedy, which is a pop classic. I think Gary's also a big Springsteen fan, so he likes Shaq as well. Secondly, you might be unaware that Tom Clark is a horse racing fan. He has a share in a racehorse, along with Will Beer, former Sussex leg spinner, called Low Expectations, which finished 6th in the last race at Fontwell last night. Lovely trackers former. Here comes O'Neill. Bowls, Tom Haynes works that one down to third man pick 6.
He could have just said that it finished 6th. He didn't have to say last in a field of 6.
Finished 6th in the last race.
Oh, right.
He says, I'm hoping the name of the horse isn't reflective of our fortunes in this game. Thank you, Gary. Lovely to hear from you. Well, the fortunes are improving.
What was the horse called?
Low Expectations.
Low Expectations, yeah.
Not great expectations, but low expectations. The light's fine, but it's just got a little gloomier, a little bit more cloud cover above Trent Bridge. As O'Neill is in, bowls to Daniel Hughes. That gets a little low, and Hughes stabs it out onto the onside. There is no run. 58 without loss. Haynes 39. Hughes on 50. I thought that Will Beer was a big horse racing fan. I think he always used to say was down at Cheltenham for the festival. And funnily enough, a few years ago, I was down at Lingfield Park for a Saturday afternoon racing. They had the Human League were there in the evening, which was half the reason that my wife wasn't remotely interested in the horse racing, but wanted to see the Human League. And I bumped into Tom Clark's dad down at the racing, which was very nice to see him. So we're sharing a race. I'll have to pull Tom's leg about that when we see him.
When I was in the Air Force, and this is a million years ago, I worked with a lad who used to go out with one of the girls before they became famous in the Human League.
Oh,
I don't know if it was the blonde one or the dark-haired one. But,
okay.
It's a long time ago. Here's Farhan Ahmed round the wicket bowls. It's pushed out onto the offside. There's no run. Which
actually, Dave, I think it is the original members of the band who still play with the Human League. Which, generally speaking, one or two are not around anymore for whatever reason.
I can't even remember his name that I work with, let alone the girl's name. I think there was a blonde and a...
Phil Oakley.
Yeah.
Was the lead singer.
Yeah. Oakley or Oakey?
Oakey.
Yeah.
Oakey, that's right.
Yeah. Single taken, 59 without loss. Just back to your football fan. I know we don't like to dwell the football too long. What in general would Brighton fans be thinking this afternoon about Crystal Palace being in the FA Cup semi-final? Because there's a huge rivalry which from this distance I've never quite been able to fathom.
No. How would they feel? Jealous.
Eagles and seagulls.
Yeah.
But why are they the rivals? Hughes on 15. This one's just run into the offside, no run.
I think it goes back to days of Alan Mullery in charge of the Albion. I think Terry Venables may have been at Palace. I think there was an incident over a penalty or something like that,
right.
And that caused all the rivalry. Some people call it the M23 derby. But it's quite a fierce rivalry, actually.
Yeah.
There was an occasion when I used to just break off.
Yes, Farhan round the wicket. Balls, and he's into the offside again by Hughes with a quick yell of no.
Back in the day, one of my roles covering the Albion used to be to sort of interview fans outside a ground, get their take on what the game was going to be like. And I was at Selhurst Park one day and decided it actually wasn't a very good idea because there was quite a tension around that game, Dave. There's an aeroplane circling around over there.
There is.
But it is quite a rivalry.
15th over for Ahmed Bowles, and just helped
losing,
back to him by Hughes. Yeah, it was just slightly uppish.
But good to hear from Gary. The return of Graham Potter to the Amex today, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of reception he receives.
Mark the Mod on his way back from that shack gig says still following us, is near Tamworth, and the sun's trying to break through at Tamworth. This one's pushed into the offside now run. That's a long old drive, isn't it? Liverpool down to down to Kent. End of the over. Sussex have negotiated just one or two slight bumps in the road, but nothing more than that, on their way to making 60 from 15 overs. Even I can work that out.
I've heard of Shack Attack.
Oh, yes.
But not Shack.
Not Shack.
No. In fact, my wife went to see Shack Attack recently. They were playing at a Pizza Express somewhere. So they're still around. Easier said than done, I think, was one of their tracks. Anyway, we digress.
Tong's changed ends.
Yes, he has. Now, this is where... Well, he picked up his 3 wickets from the far end, didn't he?
Yeah.
The pavilion end, the old pavilion, or the Stuart Broad end. I've got to get it right, Adrian. Well, he bowled very quickly indeed. Josh Tungley's...
Well, he got Allsop from this end with that York.
Yes,
James
did.
Coles, and he got Coles from this end after he'd struck him. It was just lolloped up to a mead. So 2 from this end, 3 from the far end in the first innings. That's okay.
So, 3 slips, a third man. There's a cover mid-on. There's a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. Just while we talk about other sport and other things, Dave, there's something else I didn't understand. Josh Tongue is coming around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. He's 16 not out, he's in and bowls, and Hughes defends onto the onside, picks up a single. Total goes to 61. The throw comes in, it's a wild throw, well backed up. Who's that running around from?
Clark.
Yeah, well backed up. Wasn't the greatest of throws.
No, it's not Clark, it's Haynes, I beg your pardon, Haynes.
I was reading something at lunchtime about the boxing tonight, and they were saying that how the weights had changed. And I think they were saying that Ben had put on 7 pounds since last night, because they have another weigh. I thought you had one weigh, but apparently they have 2, and I don't know, all seems incredibly complicated to me. I don't know how you put 7 pounds on in a... Wow, drinking lots of water or something? Yeah. No idea. Anyway, in comes Josh Tongue. Around the wicket, bowls, down the legs. Oh, I thought for a moment Tom Haynes had helped that on its way into the gloves of Carl Verena. But
so he got Jaden Seals like that, didn't he, in the first innings from the other end, and now he's being ticked off, Josh Tongue, for walking on Ian Blackwell's land. Get off my land, says the umpire.
Little look, isn't he?
Don't know. Well, I certainly won't be forking out to subscribe for it tonight. I've had my fingers burnt a time or two doing that. I don't know it'll be on anywhere in the city centre for you to watch tonight.
Here comes Tongue bowls, clipped onto the onside. There is no, I have no idea which channel it would be on, Dave, to be honest.
It's on the box office channel, so you've got to pay, and you've got to pay again.
Right.
And again and again and again.
It's on the radio, I think.
Yes,
it's on the
it's on
the good old
it's
radio.
On I don't think it's on 5 Live. I think it's
I think I saw somewhere that they'd got the right rights as well at the last minute. I think the BBC.
I saw that TalkSport had got the rights for it. Whether they both have it as well or not, I'm not sure.
Tongue around the wicket, bowls forward comes Haynes, plays into the covers, no run. They're the very excellent. I think Mike Costello is a comedy. I think he's very good.
Yeah, agree with you.
So I must admit, as a kid, I used to love listening to the boxing, the likes of John Conte and. Ken Buchanan, all those great fights back in the day. John Stracey, was it John Stracey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think he was a West Ham fan, Gary. He certainly come from that neck of the woods, from the East End.
There's very little live sport, really, comparatively speaking.
Bowls, it's Tom Haynes on the thigh, but there's very much a stifled appeal, and there is no run. 61 without a loss. It has got a little darker, Dave. I mean, the light's perfectly playable. Don't think we're coming off anytime soon, but this sort of low cloud isn't really lifting, as indeed the forecaster said it would be cloudy for much of the day.
Yeah, she didn't get many live boxing fights, that's for sure.
No. In comes Josh Tongue Round the wicket, bowls and clipped by Tom. I think a bit bet on that. No, it's going to be a leg by, is it? It is going to be signalled as a leg by. Total goes to 62 without loss. Haynes on 40, Hughes on 17. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harm, Dave Bracegirdle talking cricket and anything else we decide to talk about. I could see the camera lady has now changed to a cameraman at lunch, so it's definitely not Emma, was it you said it was?
Yes.
It's not Emma anymore.
Yes.
It's that is definitely a young man in a beigey coloured cap and a big anorak, so I reckon he's a bit chilly as well. We're in the warmth of the commentary box.
That's Lee, I think. Yeah,
it is Lee.
It is Lee.
Yeah, he's not smiling at us. At least Emma gave us a smile. It looks a bit chilly out there on the balcony. They're still wrapped up in the terrace away to our right-hand side.
Poor old Lee's got to listen to us all afternoon, and all the noise of the police and fire and everything. Phone's going ridiculously silly as Farhan Ahmed starts a new over, and there's no run.
The record, the arrears now 69 as far as Sussex are concerned.
Producer Kirsty says it's Lewis because Lee's gone on a stag do.
Is he? Oh dear. In Nottingham?
Well, that I don't know.
Perhaps we shouldn't inquire too much.
Farhan Ahmed round the wicket. Tom Haynes, leading run scorer in the country, going into this round of matches, blocks this one. Didn't add to it in the first innings, but it's a good way to respond to getting out for naught yesterday. Got going here, he's on 40. And happy to block Farhan Ahmed.
He's got a good start here, Tom Haynes. It hasn't been the most convincing 40, but he's got a start and an opportunity now, particularly with Brett Hutton off the field.
Yeah, scorers won't like that, will they? They've had to start an over and then it finished by somebody else. So we've got odd figures. This is nicely cut. Pass backward point and we'll go for 4. Nicely struck away by Tom Haynes to take him to 44.
Yeah, no, that was a good shot.
Yeah, we've got Josh Tong's figures up on the board at the moment. 1.2 overs. No maidens, none for 5. And Brett Hutton, I think, 3.4 overs. Scorers hate that.
The 0.2.
Yeah. They like their books to be all neat and tidy. 66 without loss. Edgbaston last week, I did the commentary with Mike Taylor. He scored throughout in a scorebook. Next ball's cut to backward point. There's a single. 67 without loss.
Yes, I did a one-day game with Mike last year, and he scored the whole thing. How on earth he managed to do that, I've no idea.
Where was that at?
At Hove, I think.
Oh, right. Oh, because I did one with him last year at Rugby School, which was a new ground to me. But yes,
I'm sure it was at Hove. Yeah, because we'd have been in the same group because we played you at Welbeck Colliery.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he likes to put every ball down in his scorebook. That's dedication for you. 67 without loss. Next ball is defended. That's the end of the over. I don't know how it goes on if he has interruptions and technical difficulties and the kit letting us down like we had yesterday a time or two, and I had to go away from the window and make 1 or 2 phone calls, get things sorted out. But no, he managed to get through.
Talking about stag do's, it's all changed. I was talking to you the other day, and they were saying, well, back in the, because these stag do's now sometimes are weeks before the wedding, aren't they? But back in the day, if a wedding was on a Saturday, the stag do would be on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
You know, and but now people go to all sorts of exotic places, don't they? But it's sort of months in advance. But yeah, you know, maybe a stag do on a Thursday night, and the groom was, you know, turning up on the Saturday, but I hope he's in a decent state. That was generally the way of things, though, Dave, wasn't it? It wasn't weeks before. We've got a short leg in place. That is Ben Slater
Yeah.
under the helmet at short leg. In comes Josh Tongue. In and bowls, and right in behind that is Tom Haynes. Plays to mid-off, there is no run. He doesn't, I don't know, doesn't seem to be running quite as hard this time around, Josh Tongue, as he was in the first innings. Maybe that's just But it's a big workload on these Nottinghamshire seamers now. 67 without loss.
It is with Hutton off the field.
Yeah. Nottinghamshire will be hoping that's nothing too serious. In comes Tongue, round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Haynes looks to play it down to fine leg. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Carl Verena. No run.
We've not had Patterson White on in this innings, have we yet?
No, we haven't. That is slow going at Nottinghamshire, isn't it? Crumbs, 451 for 8. Slender 13 in 100.
At Derby.
Yeah, in 148 overs. In comes Tongue, bowls short. Haynes pulls, and he didn't get all of that. He's going to get a couple of runs out to deep mid wicket. Here's Tom Haynes. Momentarily there were hands in the air, but Tom Haynes goes to 47. The total 69 without loss.
Yeah, Brett Hutton's bowled 4.4 overs. Fergus O'Neill 7. Josh Tongue now 1.5 overs. He's halfway through this over. And Farhan Ahmed 4 overs. So no LPW as yet.
Has he got any sort of other seam options at all?
No.
Right. Okay.
9 minutes past 3.
Oh.
David Jackson here with you.
You're on, Dave.
Yeah.
Let's get the latest on the cricket. Sussex batting again. The latest, Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, Sussex 69 without loss in their second innings. They only trail Notts now by 62 runs. Been a strange old day, this one. We had 7 wickets in the morning session as Notts build up a first innings lead of 131. Got a couple of valuable points before being bowled out for 300. Asib Hamid, the skipper, top scored with 85. Nice little knock from Liam Patterson-White, first time in the side this season, including the only 6 of the match so far. And Josh Tongue, 39 not out. But when Notts came to bowl again after lunch, they were soon in trouble, not in terms of the run scoring, but in terms of Brett Hutton. They've only got 3 seamers in this game, and Brett Hutton, halfway through his 4th over, just pulled out of a delivery and had to leave the field. So Notts effectively a man down, or a member of the bowling attack down, and Josh Tongue, who's into the attack now, has just been hit away for 6. That's taken Tom Haynes to a very attractive 50. He's the leading run scorer in the country. So Notts not having it all their own way, and the one opening that they have managed to create saw Joe Clark spill Haynes when he was on 34. That was from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill. So just a little flat at the moment for Nottinghamshire. Sussex getting themselves right back in this one. Remember, these two sides were locked together neck and neck at the top of the Division 1 table. Sussex with that 6, 75 without loss, trailing Notts by 56.
I don't think Tom Haynes has gone to a half century with a 6 off an England quick bowler over sort of over cover point. It was extraordinary shot. He sort of leant back, and it was always like a T20 type shot. Tongue in bowls, and Haynes with a flick of the wrist plays that to short fine leg, picks up a single, well, deep backward square leg actually. Haynes to 54. End of the over. Sussex are 76 without loss. Haynes on 54. Hughes is on 17. Sussex in arrears now by 55. So still an awful lot of work to be done, but at least they're inching ever nearer to the to parity.
So Tongue completed the Hutton over, so that was 2 balls, and he's bowled 2 overs since. So even though he was hit for 6, I don't necessarily think that signals the end of that little mini spell. I'll keep half an eye on Liam Patterson-White, because he generally goes through quite an expansive warm-up routine, but I would expect him to have a little bit of a bowl. Still got 14 overs to go before tea. 46 overs gone here at Trent Bridge. 76 without loss. Haynes 54. He's certainly dominated the scoring, because Hughes on 17, and he had to have a little look up there, Haynes, just to make sure. Wasn't giving out LBW for Hahn, bellowing an appeal. 76 without loss. just got through his defences there. That's a little sign of life for Nottinghamshire. And for Farn, who comes in again and reaching forward. Tom Haynes pushes this out into the covers. He's on 54. Sussex trail by 55. They had a great start to the day, picked up 5 wickets inside the first hour this morning to really rock Nottinghamshire, but then the last couple of wickets really wagged. Liam Patterson-White made 42, Josh Tong 39 not out. This ball is played down the ground. It'll be a single, 77 without loss. Haynes on to 55. And Farhan played his part as well. He was in at number 11, last out for 9. Remained incredibly still all day. That's why these overhead conditions haven't really changed. We've had no semblance of a breeze at all as Farhan comes into Hughes. A little dab into the offside and a single taken. Duckett spears the ball into the gloves of Verena.
Bob Pook, listening down in Hastings, a regular contributor. Hello, Bob. Lovely to hear from you. He says, good afternoon. Tom Haynes, reaching 51, takes his tally for the season to 500 in just the 4th match of the season. Very impressive indeed. Long may it continue. Indeed, he was a little loose early on, I thought, Bob, in his innings. He could have been out on a couple of occasions. He has been dropped on 34, but he's certainly started to play some nice shots. He's playing a lot straighter now, and Sussex could do with another big innings from him.
Farhan Ahmed bowls to Haynes. Just eases it to backward point where Liam Patterson-White is fielding. I think I'd like to see him not fielding but bowling at the moment, Patterson-White. Just trying to ask a question or two of these two left-handers. Everything's always very delayed and deliberate from Farhan Ahmed, and comes in eventually and bowls. It's the end of the over. It's never a case of him just stomping back to his mark and turning and coming in and bowl. It's a very deliberate pause and stand on the line with legs a yard apart. Oh, this is good for Notts. Brett Hutton is back on the field. Here he comes.
Oh, that's good to see.
Round of applause. It is indeed.
We don't want to see a player getting... He looks to be moving okay as he comes jogging out. He's having a word to his skipper. I wonder what he's saying to us. He's probably saying, Skip, I could bowl a bit of off spin for you, Skip.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of good, Brett, really.
Yeah.
He's out there. John has been in touch, John Starbuck. Sorry, John, I didn't see your earlier email. We were talking about cricketers who you might be fans of, etc., etc. And he was talking about his favourite Notts cricketers. I guess in no particular order, but there's a number of knights amongst them. Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Richard Hadley, Derek Randall, who isn't tonight, and Stuart Broad. In comes Josh Tongue around the wicket, bowls, and Hughes clips into the onside. There is no run. Hughes remains on 18. Sussex 78 without loss, trailing by 53. Did you, in your well, not in your time covering Notts, but I mean, did you ever meet any of the great men, Sir Richard or?
Obviously, Sir Garfield I've met many times.
In comes Tongue bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Now, that's beaten everything. I suspect that's gone for byes. It's gone straight through the keeper, Carl Verena. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal. They are signalled as byes, so there was no inside edge on that, but just a bit of extra pace, bit of extra bounce there from Josh Tongue. Sussex get to 80 without loss. You've met Sir Garfield?
Yeah,
right.
I've spent quite a bit of time with Sir G.
Wow, how amazing.
As he likes to be called.
Here or in Barbados? Or
both.
Right.
Watched Richard, obviously, many times.
Tongue in bowls. Oh, I tell you what, Sussex having the rub of the green here. Daniel Hughes was looking to work that one down to third man. He's got a thick inside edge, and the ball has ended up down at fine leg. 81 without loss.
Saw Richard Hadley play dozens of times, but I've never met him, never interviewed him. Rice, obviously, I was covering the club during his time as coach, so I never interviewed him as a player, although I watched him all those times, but interviewed him many times as a player. As a coach.
Josh Tongue in again, bowls down the leg side, and they're going to get a bye here. Carl Verena needing to dive away to his right hand side. Couldn't cling on to that until it goes to 82 with that loss. Tom Haynes he wants a drink brought out. Does Tom?
But a big favourite of mine that doesn't make a lot of lists, but maybe should do. He will remain always the last man to do the double of 100 wickets and 1,000 runs in a season. Franklin Stevenson. Of course, I did his autobiography with him.
Around the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes. That's a lovely shot. Actually, I thought he was going to go for 4, but there is a sweeper out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. I have to get a bit of a move on here. Throw comes in. Good cricket. A bit of fielding out there by Jack Haynes. Got in the throw quickly, but Daniel Hughes had come back for a couple of runs. He goes to 21, 84 without loss.
Not seen Derek Randall for years. He has spent a bit of time in this commentary box when he's been on the ground, but he's very rarely here now. But for me, it was Sobers first. He was sort of the first real hero, and then got into Randall. Of course, that was pretty much the next 20 years.
Tongue in bowls and played down the ground by Hughes. There is no run. Was it here the famous run out where Geoffrey Boycott ran out?
Yeah, 1977.
Derek Randall.
Paul Johnson always sure he's not listening, but of course he was always a big hero because he came from my neck of the woods in Newark, so a lot of local love for Jono, club skipper. And of course over the last 20 years when I've been with the side on a pretty much a regular, almost daily basis, a lot of them have become, I'd like to think, friends as well as respected cricketers.
Yep.
84 without loss. Cannot somehow manage to arrest the Sussex momentum here. Get a couple of wickets before tea, which is 12 overs away for Han Ahmed. Will bowl around the wicket. Umpire Newell at the far end. Somebody just made a dash then, did you see, to enter the little tunnel at the far end. I was surprised the batsman didn't pull away, but Tom Haynes was clearly focusing on the bowler. Pushes the first ball out as far as Duckett in the covers, and there's no run. There are some cricketers who will spot anything and everything, and their concentration will easily be disturbed by somebody moving in the crowd or at the far end. And then there are others who, I don't know, you could have a brass band playing at the far end, or you can have diversity doing their stage routine by the arm, and they still wouldn't notice because they're concentrating on the ball and the bowler. Second ball was pushed again out gently on the offside. No run. Farhan already back to his mark. Haynes 55. Now to this opening partnership, currently worth 84. It's got Sussex right back in this. So this is steered to backward point, fielded by Liam Patterson-White. 2 little ducks on his back. 84 without loss. You're familiar with that, aren't you? 2 little ducks.
No.
You're not?
No.
Bingo call for 22.
Oh,
2
right,
little
okay.
ducks.
Okay, sorry. 66 clickety-click and legs 11.
All right, steady on, show off. Single taken through mid-wicket. 85 without loss. Don't know them all, but the obvious ones. Maggie's Den, isn't it, number 10?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. Haynes 56 at the non-strikers end. Hughes on 21. He's been perfectly content to let his young pretender take the bulk of the strike and the bulk of the scoring. 85 without loss. Not that he is a pretender. He's the real thing. Tom Haynes, big future ahead of him. And as our recent correspondent said, big future, and also right here in the present, the first in the country to reach 500 runs. Farn Ahmed bowls and cut away to backward point again by the wristy Hughes. Going to be a bit of a chase on here for Patterson White. He'll drag it back from inside the rope, down below us, and he'll come back for 3. 88 without loss. Sussex. Can they go all the way and wipe out all of their first innings deficit of 131?
Well, they've made a good start, haven't they? End of the over. I was very fortunate, Dave. I was saying the other day, I was very fortunate in the winter to have a week in the Caribbean that was extremely nice.
Oh, aye.
And when we got to Antigua, being a cricket nut, I said to my wife I was going to go and find the cricket ground.
Right.
So I walked from the port up the hill to the old recreation ground. And to my horror, when I got there, it's very dilapidated and run down. And I thought, crumbs, they can't possibly play Test cricket here. And some said, oh, no, they play at the Viv Richards Stadium.
Yeah, they moved, didn't they?
So I thought, just break off as in comes Josh Tongue around the wicket bowls and defended by Hughes into the offside. There is no.
That's where, was that Gravy and Chicky's Disco and all that? Was that where that was?
I've no idea. So I said to someone said, oh no, you need to go to the Viv Richards Stadium.
Yeah.
It's, across the other side of the island.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
we had to get back on the boat, but I thought, well, I'm gonna see if I can walk there. But I got halfway there, and I realised it was a long way, and a car pulled up, and I asked someone how far it was. And they said, well, it's across the other, but we can give you a lift if you like. And I thought, well, how long is it going to take? And I've got to get back. I don't want to miss the boat. So I didn't make it to the new ground. But the old recreation ground is very run down, sadly.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know.
So you've been in there and...
I did. I walked out
brilliant.
to the middle.
Oh,
and
crikey.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, of course, where Laura got his 2 big world record scores.
In comes Tongue bowls into the offside by Hughes. They take a quick single, does Daniel Hughes. He goes to 25, the total to 89 without loss.
Oh, that's very good indeed, yeah.
But I was so I was then I then said, well, is there a statue or anything to the great Viv Richards? And a fellow on the dockside said, yeah. He said there's a Viv Richards Street in St John's. He said, so he told me where to go. So I set off. Oh, I thought I was bonkers, and I found Sir Viv Richards Street, and there's a statue there of not the greatest statue, I would say, but there's a statue there of Viv Richards. In comes Josh Tongue bowls, short, and it balloons through to keeper Carl Verena. There is no run, and I found the statue. Then I was chatting away, and I said to a fellow, "Oh, do you know which house Vivian lived in?" And this fellow said, "Well, I don't know." He said, "But if you talk to that fellow walking up the road, that's Viv Richards' brother." And I said, "Yeah, you're having a laugh." And he said, "No, go and tap him on the shoulder." So anyway, I ran. I was like a kid. I ran after this fella. I said, "Excuse me, I'm told you're Viv Richards' brother." And he said, "Yep, you're quite right, I am." In comes Tongue bowls, quick delivery, pacey delivery. Haynes plays into the covers. There is no run. And his name was Mervid, and he said, "Yes, I'm Viv Richards' brother." And I said, it gets even more pathetic. I said, "Can I have a selfie?" And he said, "Yes." So I was then looking to make sure Viv Richards did have 3 other brothers, which I'm told he did.
Yeah.
So it was lovely.
Did you know I'd played against him?
Did you?
Yeah.
Against the great man?
Yeah.
In comes...
Try and find a photo.
Tongue bowls down the leg side, taken by Verena. There is no run.
Yeah. Back in 85 or 86 when I was in North Devon, we played against the Somerset 11. He was wicket keeper. He kept wicket, and I was involved in a bit of a calamitous run out. The ball was thrown into Viv, and he teased me to come and make my ground.
Tongue is in bowls. That's a very quick delivery. It's well played by Tom Haynes, who lets it go. Well taken by Verena down the leg side. There is no run. 89 without loss. Sussex trailing by 42 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle. Brett Hartley's he's running a little gingerly, Dave, there. He's just going down to his fielding position. I hope he's okay, but he doesn't seem to be running. Or perhaps he's just loosening up if he's got a little strain or something.
Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it, that he's back out there and didn't make note of when it should have done really when he went up. Well, it would have gone off. In the 9th over, wouldn't he?
Yes. This isn't great radio, but that's Viv Richards' brother. Or I'm assuming it is. I have, it could have been the biggest leg pull of all. You probably find they're all standing around the corner laughing, saying, "Who's this mad Englishman who's come hunting for Viv Richards?"
I'm told that as long as they're on the island, you don't have to search too far to be able to find Sir Kirtley or Sir Andy Roberts. They're generally out and about, very much a presence. There's a wicket. As Farhan Ahmed bowls to Hughes, he's gone to cut it away, and I think he's just nicked it into the gloves of the keeper. And it is the 17-year-old who's made the breakthrough. And Notts needed that. 89 for 1. It's been a fabulous opening partnership for Sussex, but Hughes goes, caught by Kyle Verena from the bowling of Farhan Ahmed. Made 25, faced 52 deliveries at the crease for an hour and a half. Hit 2 fours, and it's 89 for 1. So Sussex have gone a long way towards wiping out their deficit, and it is the spinner who's got the wicket.
He's just annoyed with him. Roy's annoyed with him about Daniel Hughes. He was looking, Sussex in such a strong position. He was just looking to cut that one away back at a square, and he's nicked it through to the keeper.
I'll see your photo of Viv Richards. Yeah. Viv Richards' brother, and I'll raise you one of the man himself.
Is that you batting?
That's me batting.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow, when was that taken, Dave?
Don't know if it's 85 or 86, something like that. Yeah. And I'll tweet this photo in a moment, but I had a bit of fun with the Somerset lot when I showed that, because I put the picture up and said this photograph contains pictures of 2 former Somerset players, both international cricketers, both Test cricketers. Who are they? And there was 1,000 guesses for who they thought I was, but that wasn't the answer. And if you look in the background, there's 2 young boys, and on the left, the other boy is a very young Mark Lathwell.
Ah, there you go.
So I'll tweet this picture so you know what I'm on about. New man out there is Tom Clark, who made, says he, finding his bits of paper, getting all his ducks in order.
8.
He made 8 in the first innings, out LBW to Brett Hutton.
Lights improved considerably, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's got quite gloomy, but it's fine now.
So Farhan Ahmed bowls to the new man. LBW shout again. Very confident, and just suddenly a wicket can lift and inspire a team. Yep.
Yeah, it can. 1 leads to 2, and
the appeal was one of excitement as much as confidence, wasn't it? Everybody was just suddenly excited. We're on our way, but umpire Neil quickly doused all that. Farhan bowls, nicely blocked at his feet by Tom Clark, who, what did he end up with, 4 catches, was it?
yes, he did. 4 very, very fine slip catches, actually. Yeah. 3 was expensive, wasn't he, last night, Tom? 3 for 26 in his overs and made 8.
Halfway through the 23rd over, Clark leaves his crease and defends. There we are, at Brace Cricket. I've just retweeted that picture of myself and King Viv, just keeping wicket, and very young Mark Lathwell in the background. Anybody's interested in that. 89 for 1. Next ball is pushed into the offside. A single taken by Clark. So he's off the mark. 90 for 1. Still 9 overs to go before the tea break, and it is just gone 3:30, so this is going to be another half an hour or so, you'd imagine.
Still doesn't look desperately comfortable, Brett Hutton, down there, just sort of
No.
jogging back to his field. I mean, I don't know. I don't see him. Maybe that's he just looks a little gingerly, as if he was running.
Ahmed bowls again, and that's a flamboyant drive into the offside. He's only going to get 2 at most, although in comes the throw, and they're appealing but
Crumbs.
not out. The throw from the deep from Fergus O'Neill was to the non-striker's end, and it was sort of helped onto the stumps by Farhan Ahmed. Broke the stumps. Mead was sort of square on and was leading the appeals, but the umpire the other side of the wicket was also square on and quickly doused all that enthusiasm by shaking his head. 92 for 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom Clark's heart would have been in his mouth then. He probably had to really get the afterburners on, because that was a very good piece of fielding. I would imagine that it was his call to come back for the second run, because he was running to the danger end, being the non-striker's end. Brett Hutton is now having a conversation with Josh Tongue down below us. No particular relevance to that. Maybe he's suggesting a fielding change or something. Anyway, 92 for 1. The arrears down to 39. 2 slips in place. Josh Tongue is going to come in around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark. He's in a bowls, and Clark defends solidly to mid-on, and there is no run.
Was that the only test-playing nation that you stopped at on your Caribbean cruise?
We stopped at St Kitts.
Right.
Which had a lovely cricket ground. On a beautiful night. Yeah, I mean, my good lady, I have different interests. I'm getting off, and I'm going to try and find the cricket ground. But I just walked onto the ground, though. Just walked through the gate. In comes Tongue bowls, played down the ground by Clark. Nice looking shot. He's going to get at least 1 and maybe 2. No, just a single. He goes to 2, the total 93 for 1. Yeah, so and I wondered out, there was a fella on the gate, and I said, "Oh, any chance I come over?" And he said, in it comes. I walked out to the middle and took some photographs. I can't imagine you'd be able to do that at somewhere like Lord's, but there you go. Yeah, so it was very nice.
So you docked at St John's, did you?
We did, and walked up the hill, yeah. In comes Tongue bowls, and right in behind that is Tom Haynes, plays down the offside of the track. And there is no run. I don't know. Well, clearly the West Indian cricket is not quite back to the halcyon days, is it? No. Other sports seem to take precedence. The one I didn't get to was Bridgetown. The boat did come into Bridgetown, but we didn't have time to. Well, I didn't have time to get off and go and see the ground.
Well, that's very, very close to the port.
In comes Tongue. Yeah, I could see the floodlights of the ground.
Yeah. Big statue of Sir Garfield just outside. There's the Legends West Indies Cricket Museum just across the road.
You'd have watched it. You've been actually some tests.
Yeah. No, I've never seen tests there. I've been
one day.
I think I've been 5 times with Notts for pre-season events.
Have you?
And I went and did. Remember that North v South series in 2018 that they had? I went and did that.
Was that in the Caribbean?
Yeah, that was all at Bridgetown.
Here comes Tongue bowl. Oh, Tom Haynes has been hit on the helmet, I think. Yeah. Now that could be really painful. It was short. Tom Haynes was looking to pull that on the leg side. He's been hit square on the helmet. Now, I mean, he looks okay, but the ball, that was some clunk, because Josh Tongue is quick. And all due credit to Josh Tongue. He's just wandering up to Tom Haynes to make sure that he's okay. That's always nice to see. I mean, he looks okay, Tom Haynes, from here. But he didn't fall to the ground or anything like that. But so often with these blows to the head, it's something that, sort of half an hour later, someone gets a bit of a headache. And I remember Sussex played Gloucestershire many years ago. I was with dear old Bob Hunt, bless him, and one of the Gloucestershire players got hit. He was a quick bowler whose name I forget. And he was okay and carried on, but he didn't come out the next day, and he said he couldn't remember a thing about it the following day. But that's a nasty blow. I mean, Tom Haynes looks, first instance, if you're listening, Haynes family, Tom looks fine. He didn't flinch. He just wandered off. I can see John Morelli, the physio, has come out to examine his helmet, and I'm sure going through some concussion protocols. But that's Josh Tongue is sharp, and that was a blow. I mean, the ball bounced.
Yeah, it was a proper thud off the helmet.
It was,
wasn't
it was.
The helmet did its job there. I don't know if you saw the Somerset scorecard yesterday. Very odd-looking scorecard, all out. The opener, Sean Dixon, I think not out 2. At the start of the day, he had to leave the field, retired hurt, and then came back in at the fall of the last wicket, and then the number 11 went. So the scorecard looks like he's carried his bat for 2 not out. I think it was a hand injury. He was hit on the hand by Gus Atkinson in the first over of the day.
That's
so it's an odd-looking scorecard.
To give us a chance to look through some of the other scores. Not everyone's playing in this round of matches. Surrey now 193 for 3, still trailing Somerset by 90. Burns for 76, Sibley 53, and Gregory the men out. Jamie Smith is 35 not out. Ben Folkes, who watched Ben Folkes keep last week, that was an excellent display down at Hove. He's 1 not out. Down at Worcester, that's going to finish today because Worcestershire are 81 for 9, leading Durham by 107. So, but who knows what's going to happen in that game. Jake Ball's picked up a couple of wickets. 4 for Ben Rain, who's a very fine county bowler. Well, the good news is here that John Morelli is coming running off, the Sussex physio. Tom Haynes is okay, so the helmet has done its job. Thank goodness for helmets. Imagine how nasty that would have been. But Tom Haynes probably just needs to reset here because it's still a nasty blow. And he resets himself on weights. He's 58 not out, Sussex 93 for 1. And they're just looking to... Are they going to change the field? No, they're not. I wonder if it could be another short delivery. We shall see. In comes Tongue. Around the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes, who's right in line with that one. I think that takes quite a bit of courage after you've had a short hitch on the helmet to get yourself in line and play it on the leg side. So well done, Tom Haynes, and well done, Josh Tongue as well. I think that's always a great one for sportsmanship, and even if you just wander up and say, you okay, mate, that's enough.
Yeah, there's always 2 sides to it, isn't there?
There is.
93 for 1.
They've been good to you down the years, Notts, haven't you, with trips out to Caribbean and Buckingham Palace. Worcestershire now all out for 81.
Crikey.
81 in 23.5 overs. So that's they've been waiting a long time for cricket down at New Road this season. It's going to be all over in 2 days. I can't believe they're going to get into a third day. Well, if they do, there's not going to be much cricket left to play.
No.
Conversely, at Derby 472 for 9 in 154 overs. I think I know which game I'd rather be at, Dave.
Well, you can have 2 days at Worcester and then 2 days at Derby. 93 for 1.
Well, that sounds like it could be the dullest of dull draws, doesn't it, there? Well, you never know, I guess.
So Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Tom Clark, who's on 2. Left-hander goes to sweep and he's out. Oh dear. First ball of the over. It was a little ambitious, tried to sweep him away on the leg side. It was almost like he just swished across the line rather than got down on one knee and tried to ensure he got bat on ball. And Clark has gone for just 2, and Farhan Ahmed has got 2 in short space of time, either side of that lengthy delay for Tom Haynes to be checked out. A couple of wickets then for Farhan Ahmed. Sussex are still 38 behind. Wasn't a great shot, wasn't it?
No, I'm afraid
it
wouldn't. I know Tom's family are regular listeners to the commentary and always loath to be critical because it's very easy from up here, but I think Tom would admit that wasn't the wisest shot to play in the circumstances where Sussex have just lost a wicket. You need to consolidate, and he's looked to sweep that one, and he's... Well, even from here, we're looking over for the left-hander over sort of first slip. That looked pretty plumb to me. So he's picked up 2 LBWs. The one in the first innings I thought that he got was a debatable decision. He was LBW to Brett Hutton. Having lost a wicket, 89... It's a funny old game, isn't it? 89 for none, all of a sudden 93 for 2, and the game has got a completely different complexion on it now. Sussex still in arrears by, whatever it is, 38.
Yeah, something like that.
Here comes Tom Alsop.
Yes, I think Tom Alsop will be hoping he doesn't run into a Josh Tongue Yorker like he did in the first innings early on this time around because it was nearly knocked off his feet. It was a terrific delivery from Josh Tong, who is, of course, bowling at this end, but at the moment it's all about Farhan Ahmed. 3 wickets to him. We haven't seen Liam Patterson-White yet. Made a handy contribution with the bat this morning. It was a really important 42 that LPW got, Liam Patterson-White, for Notts this morning, just to get them up to that second batting bonus point. So Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Tom Alsop, who made 5 in the first innings, and reaches forward and blocks this one out onto the offside, no run. So 4 lefties to begin with in the order.
Yes.
James Coles and Ollie Carter, the next 2 due in at 5 and 6. They were the 2 top scorers in the first innings. Farhan Ahmed bowls again. Nice looking shot into the offside, but that's a good sliding stop from Asiba Mead away to his right. 7 overs to go until tea. After this one, I suspect, not had any confirmation, I mean, it usually is 32, isn't it? We went on to one of our correspondents and said it's 32. This is a dab to backward point.
Yes, I better go. Oh, it's not quite half time in the football yet, so keep going for a while.
There's Ahmed. In. Again chopped away on the offside. Again to O'Neill, and fizzes the ball back into the gloves of Verena. Been wicketless and runless in this match, Fergus O'Neill. Up to this point, might yet have a big hand to play. Brett Hutton doing a bit of stretching and bending. This is blocked. Good to see him back out there anyway. When he went off the field, just wondered how long he'd be out, but he's back out there. Good warm applause, as you can hear, for Farhan Ahmed from the Trent Bridge crowd. The young spinner's figures 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18. He's been excellent and has just stemmed the Sussex progress with those 2 scalps.
It's changed the complexion of the game, hasn't it? He's got a good round of applause, is the young man, and quite rightly so. He's picked up both wickets to go down. And Sussex, having been in, not in a good position, but in a position whereby they were thinking of heading towards tea with, still 10 wickets in, and maybe these arrears cleared out, and now they're on the back foot again. In comes Josh Tongue around the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes. Short delivery, Haynes ducks underneath it, no run. Big responsibility here on Tom Haynes now, he's got himself in. But once you're in, you really want to cash in here, I think.
Yeah. Might get a little bit more short stuff from Josh Tong, having been struck. There's the short leg in there, there's a long leg and a deep backward square. Just saw on the live stream a close-up of the ball, actually. Not so really looked after it. Liam Patterson-White's been clearly working on it. Looked almost brand new in Tong's hands.
Tong bowls to Haynes, who plays onto the inside, picks up a single. I better go because I think half-time could be imminent in football.
94 for 2. So Alsop on strike, just taking guard from umpire Blackwell. It's a little bit of movement in the field. In fact, short leg has now come out for Tom Alsop. It's Ben Slater. He's about 4 slips away. There's another bouncer, and Verena had to be light on his tootsies there to move to his right and pluck the ball out of the air before it disappeared away for 4 more byes. Good work, good glove work by the keeper. So at New Road, they're having tea. Durham set to score 108 to beat Worcestershire inside 2 days. You'd imagine That'll be done before the end of play today, one way or another. Tong bowls, Allsop defends. At Bristol, Leicestershire have just been dismissed for 262. They're having tea between innings there. Gloucestershire 252, Leicestershire 262. So nothing in that one. And Derbyshire eventually all out for 472 against Middlesex at the county ground. A century against his former side for Martin Anderson. Tong to Allsop, and he's scuttled that one along the ground past off stump. He's certainly been banging the ball in short enough to get it up and around head height, but that one scuttled along the ground, having been a little fuller. Allsop exceedingly grateful that it wasn't accurate enough to clip off stump. Good crowd in today. The Championship-loving fans are here. This is, I think, off the pad. It's carried to Haynes at the third step. In fact, he threw himself forward to catch it. Just didn't look right. There was a shout or two of catch, but I think it was off the pad, and certainly nothing more being made of it. Applause for Josh Tong. Odd-looking figures, 6 overs, 6.2 overs, no maidens, none for 20. Will be for Harnarmy to continue with, we think, 6 overs to go until tea. Sussex still trail by 37 runs. Need to wipe that out and then begin the task of setting not so stiff a challenge, a stiffer target as they can muster over days 3 and 4. If it goes that long, here's Farhan Ahmed round the wicket. First ball of the over is blocked by Haynes, light aeroplane as you can hear going over the ground. Surrey 204 for 3 at the Oval against Somerset. Burns, Sibley and Pope all out. Jamie Smith in the runs, 38 not out. Ahmed bowls to Haynes. Easy clip onto the leg side into the open spaces for a single there. In again comes Ben Slater, dons the helmet, and they're at sort of a silly point to Allsop, who then drives this straight down the ground for 4. That's a shot of some conviction. Really nice looking shot from the former Hampshire man. Punches it all the way along the ground out to the advertising boards at the base of the Batman board. Very fine shot indeed. And Hampshire, beg your pardon, Sussex 99 for 2. Don't know where. I don't know where Hampshire came from, but of course, I was thinking of Tom Allsop. Hampshire, the next side to come to Trent Bridge. There's a bye week for both these sides next week. Next one is played into the offside, no run. And then Notts at home again, their 4th home match out of the first 5. They'll be at home to Hampshire, who've very much had the wood over them on numerous recent occasions, both here and down at Southampton. Ahmed bowls to Allsop, textbook forward defensive block. Haynes on 60, Allsop on 4. The men out, Hughes for 25 and Clark for 2, both to Farhan Ahmed, who bowls now. Again, down the track comes Allsop, but can only play this straight to Josh Tong at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. I think we're going to get a change at this end, and it looks like Fergus O'Neill's going to have a brief little spell before tea to see if he can change his fortunes. O'Neill replacing Tong, who his figures of 0 for 20. O'Neill into the attack. This will be his 8th over. He's 0 for 30. Coming round the wicket to Haynes, who's on 60 down the leg side. About to missed out there with certainly a run-scoring delivery down that leg side. Taken nicely by Verena. O'Neill into the pads. Sharp work from Verena, who gathered the ball and threw at the stumps. He missed them. So, no relevance really, but I presume Haynes was just keeping an eye on him and was making sure something was grounded behind the crease line. O'Neill in once more. That's a good delivery. Past the shoulder of Tom Haynes' bat. Just a gentle prod towards the ball there. Once again, the Australian bowls, and it's going to be a run. And onto the offside. Ahmed does the fielding. That's the Sussex 100. Rather a generous round of applause for an inconsequential landmark. 100 for 2. Sussex trail by 31. O'Neill in again, bowls and a wicket, and Allsop goes for 4, and Fergus O'Neill does get that first wicket of the match for him. Allsop out, LBW. Didn't look a great deal of doubt there. He was already on his way down to celebrate with his teammates. The umpire's finger, at least 14 deliveries, 1 scoring shot, the boundary that got him off the mark. Allsop out, and it's 100 for 3, and still Sussex trail by 31 as Adrian comes back in from places unknown.
That looked plumb to me.
Yeah, it did.
And the game has turned completely, hasn't it? You know, Sussex were 89 without loss. They've lost 3 for 11, and now with it all to do, I don't think there was too much doubt about that, to be honest. That looked a good shout.
Just unravelling a little bit now, isn't it?
It is. Yep. Sussex could do with getting to tea, to be honest. Just Tom Haynes just standing out there. I hope he's okay, Tom. He got rapped on the head by Josh Tongue, but it was all going along swimmingly for Sussex. But credit to Nottinghamshire, they've stuck to their guns. Sussex have got the extra batsman in this game. Ollie Carter has come into the side, but they've got a mountain to climb here now. Still trailing by 31.
So Fergus O'Neill's fortunes have changed a little bit. His 5th ball of his comeback over gives him his first wicket of the match. Got more wickets than runs in the match. So that's the first right-hander in this innings brought to the crease.
Yes. Well, I thought he showed good application in the first innings, James Coles. He rather got himself out. He was rather roughed up by Josh Tongue and ended up pulling a ball and top edging to mid-on. But Sussex needs someone to stay with Tom Haynes here. Someone's got to, well, probably a couple of them have got to play big innings here.
First ball then, final ball of this. First comeback over of O'Neill. Bowls now, and on the pads it's turned away onto the leg side. So Coles straight into the thick of things with a single onto the leg side. 101 for 3 Sussex in this innings. They've lost Daniel Hughes, Court Verena bowled for Farhan Ahmed for 25. Tom Clark, LBW for Farhan Ahmed for 2. And in that over, you know, the applause in the background, Tom Alsop, LBW bowled Fergus O'Neill for 4. The wickets going down 89, 93 and 100. And O'Neill now has something in the end column. 8 overs, 1 for 32.
John Simpson's dad, Jack, has been in touch. Hello, Jack. He says, hi, Adrian and Dave. There was a great story that still does the rounds at my former club Ramsbottom in the Lancashire League regarding Clive Rice, who was the club professional in 1973.
Yeah.
The club sent him for some net sessions at Lancashire Cricket Club, who promptly sent him back, saying they didn't think his cricket career would progress much beyond being a club pro. As they say, the rest is history for Nottinghamshire. Great story. Thank you, Jack. Lovely to hear from you. Sussex might need a big innings from your son today. But at the minute he's down to Coles and Haynes to try and get Sussex out of a bit of a hole here. Training by 30. In comes Ahmed bowls, and Coles is solidly forward. Plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. That was a bit of a mistake by Lanks. Hey?
Letting John go. Yeah.
No, letting. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
And Clive Rice.
Yeah, and Clive, yeah. Yeah.
Slipping a short leg at the close fielders. Ahmed in again, bowls. James Coles turns the ball onto the onside, back of the square, no run.
They didn't do so bad, did they? They had a fella called Lloyd, and of course Farouk Engineer. He would have been the other overseas then, wouldn't he? At that time.
Would they've had those restrictions, Dave? Then in terms of, I don't know what the rules were.
Yeah, two overseas. Yeah, not said Rice and Hadley.
Ahmed in again, bowls. Coles drives firmly down the ground and picks up a single. Does James Coles? He goes to 2. The total 102 for 3.
And then it became a regulation that they were going to reduce it to 1. So if you had 2 overseas players, you could carry on having those same 2. But when they came to the end of the contracts, like Richards and Garner, Joel Garner and Viv Richards at Somerset, ultimately they were replaced by one man, Martin Crowe. And
Ahmed in bowls. Ooh, Tom Haynes played that very late, and Ahmed's hand, he played that really late. Can you see that? Hasib Hamid is sort of his hands just clenched in front of him.
And then here, of course, Rice and Hadley, they were replaced by Franklin Stevenson, and what a replacement he turned out to be, doing the double in his first season. 1,000 runs and 100 wickets.
Fine cricketer. Spent time at Sussex as well. In comes Ahmed bowls. Haynes drives into the offside. Crucial here for Sussex that Tom Haynes doesn't get out. You know, he's in. I think it's the sort of pitch that when you're in, you've got to make the most of it. 61 in 96 balls. Started off, he was a little fortunate early on in his innings. How long have we got till tea, Dave? Another 3 overs after this one.
Yeah.
Ahmed waits, as does the slip. Ahmed in bowls. Haynes defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 102 for 3. Haynes 61, Coles 2. Live cricket here on BBC Radio. Sussex and Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Dave Brace, Skurdle. Sussex getting to 89 without loss, then losing Daniel Hughes for 25, Tom Clark for 2, and now Tom Alsop for 4. And the complexion of the game has changed again.
Yes, O'Neill certainly, well, he always seems to walk with a spring in his step, but you can imagine it's a little more jaunty now with that first wicket to his name. He's going to bowl to Jack Coles. First ball of the new over is defended, played up to mid-on. I'm sure there'll be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment.
well. Also keep you across what's happening
102
elsewhere in the Football League.
for 3.
Games, with plenty of permutations as well in the Championship, League 1 and League 2. But there's also cricket at Trent Bridge, Day 2.
This one goes through to the keeper.
Sussex in the County Championship. Let's get the latest from Dave Bracey.
Yeah, we're just a couple of overs away from tea now, Jake. I'm sure you've already had your slice of cake and a cuppa, but here we've got to wait another couple of overs with Sussex 102 for 3. So they trail Notts by 29. They were in a swimmingly strong position in this second innings, Sussex, until around about 15-20 minutes or so ago. They were 89 without loss, having been 131 behind on first innings. And then Farhan Ahmed picked up a couple of wickets in quick succession, having Daniel Hughes caught behind by the wicketkeeper Verena, and then Tom Clark dismissed LBW, attempting a sweep to a ball that didn't need an attempted sweep at it, and then Tom Alsop has just fallen in a similar fashion, with the ball thudding into his pads from Fergus O'Neill, out for 4. So Notts need these 7 more wickets. There's every possibility that this won't go to a 4th day. It just remains to be seen how many that Notts will have to chase in their final innings. Sussex at the moment 29 runs away from making Notts bat again at 102 for 3. But as I say, we're about 10 minutes away from tea.
Thanks so much, Dave Bracey. Hopefully he'll save me a slice of Victoria sponge down at Trent Bridge. We'll keep you across on how Nottinghamshire are getting on against Sussex. Ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website as well. It's Jake Garner with you on BBC.
O'Neill bowling. We've got a bit of a wall in on the leg side, Adrian.
Yes, there's 2 men sort of in close at mid-wicket. In comes O'Neill, bowls. Oh, Coles is swinging. That's an absolute snorter. James Coles would have done well to get an edge on that one. He likes that shot, James Coles. I mean, these sides do their homework. You were talking about the analysts yesterday, and that little clip off the toes through mid-wicket is a favourite shot of James Coles. That's why they've got the 2 men there in a catching position. Sussex will be pleased to see the sun is starting to come out. There's been a cloud around for much of the day. That should hopefully make batting a little easier. O'Neill is in, bowls. Coles defends to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. It's really good cricket, this. It's attritional cricket.
Yep.
Sussex having to battle for every run. They're being made to work for every run. And I'll reiterate it again. Paul Farbrace has said, you want to be playing the best sides and testing yourself against the best, and this is what it's all about. Playing First Division cricket, it's hard, and you've got to be up for the battle. 102 for 3. Sussex still trailing by 29.
Notts have got back into this, seemingly with just a 3-man attack at the moment. They've not used Liam Patterson-White at all. Brett Hutton just bowled 4 and a bit overs at the start of the innings, then went off holding his groin. He's back on the field now, but hasn't been given the opportunity just to show his fitness with the ball in hand. So it's just these 3 bowlers, with Tong and O'Neill rotating from this end, and Farhan Ahmed from the Stuart Broad end, where he's about to come in and bowl now to the left-handed Haynes. Reaches forward and defends. 61 not out. Already had a couple of big scores this summer, and there's the potential here to go on and get another century if he just maintains his concentration and carries on as he has been doing. Farhan Ahmed with a little bit of a skip at the start of his short approach, bowls floated delivery on off stump. This is helped out as far as Patterson-White, who is almost wearing a white top and red flannels, such as the amount of ball smearing that he's done, certainly down his left leg, the side of his left leg. It's nearly all smeared red from his ball polishing duties. This is pushed straight back to the bowler.
Being much more circumspect here, isn't he, Tom Haynes? I suspect he's not going to want to. Well, he should never give it away at any time, but he won't want to go completely into his shell, but he'll know it's vital that Sussex get through to tea here without losing another one.
Yep, all this after being clonked on the nut about half an hour or so ago from Josh Tong. Helmet doing its job. He'll cut this out into the offside. And there'll be just a single. Jack Haynes doing the fielding. I've seen Jack Haynes in it slip for much of the game so far. It is out on the boundary edge. Just keep thinking We must be into the third day at least by this one, but of course no, it only started yesterday morning, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Yeah, absolutely. We've lost 23 wickets in 5 sessions.
Yeah, 13 yesterday, 10 so far today. Sussex will be hoping there's no more. That no more go down today. Certainly no more before tea, which is only 8 deliveries away now. And this has just turned down the leg side. There was a little bit of turn there, and they'll get a couple of runs. 105 for 3, so the difference between the two sides is 26.
I see Durham are 2 for 1, Dave. So that's what, 31 wickets have gone down at Worcester in 5 sessions.
What are they chasing? 108 or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Remarkable game. 105 for 3. It's Farhan Ahmed bowling to Coles. Nice confident push into the offside. Where although Josh Tong is about 40 yards back, there was never any chance of a single. The ball was pushed that firmly. 105 for 3 at the end of the over. And unless they're going by some rules and regulations that we're not aware of, there'll be 1 over left until tea.
No, I think that's absolutely what it is. So we're about a half an hour behind where we should be. It's been a thoroughly entertaining day's cricket if you're just joining us. Nottinghamshire beginning the day 164 for 3. They eventually got to 300, but at one stage looked like they were going to get a lot less than that. 210 for 8 at one stage, but lower order runs from Josh Tongue in particular, who made 39. And Liam Patterson-White 42. In comes Fergus O'Neill, in come Bowles, and Tom Haynes plays that down to fine leg and picks up a single. So the lead was 131. 4 wickets for Robinson, 4 wickets for Seals. And Sussex starting off very solidly in their second innings, 89 without loss before they lost Daniel Hughes for 25. Tom Clark and Tom Alsop soon after for 2 and 4 respectively. And Sussex now 106 for 3, so still trailing by 25. As Dave was saying, Tom Haynes has struck a nasty blow on the helmet by Josh Tongue, but he seems okay despite that. But Sussex with it all to do. As in comes O'Neill. Over the wicket, bowls to Coles. Dear oh dear, he was looking to play that away on the leg side. There's those 2 men in that catching position on the leg side. He's got a thick outside edge, also a leading edge, and the ball ends up at backward point. And there is no run. Who's that at backward point, Dave? Is that it's Ahmed.
Yeah.
Farhan Ahmed. Coles with a twiddle of the bat. 2 slips. Backward point, mid on a heavily set leg side field here for James Coles. As in comes O'Neill bowls and Coles defends down the track. There is no run. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a deep mid wicket. There's these 2 men in a catching position at mid wicket and a mid on. He's very strong through that area, James Coles, but it's clearly something Nottinghamshire have picked up on.
Got your nightclub sorted out for tonight, have you? Busy night in the city centre?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. In comes O'Neill bowls. Coles is forward. And, there could be a run out here. This would be calamitous for Sussex. I don't think there was ever a run there. It was played into the offside, and James Coles was on his way, but Farhan Ahmed was in very quickly, and Tom Haynes said no, as if to say, what on earth are you thinking of? There was never a single there. End of the no, it's not the end of the over, sorry. 106 for 3. 2 more balls to go until tea. Yeah, I'd imagine it's a bit lively in the town centre.
I would imagine.
Yeah. Have they got a nightclub for the over 60s, Dave? Or? Once upon a time, a friend, but probably not now. In comes O'Neill bowls. Coles pulls the bat inside the line, taken by a diving Calverainer, and there's no run.
And don't forget, folks, thanks to Nigel, we all know that 8:05 on BBC Two, Dad's Army. It's the cricket one where they're playing cricket with Fred Truman. Just worth clicking the record button.
Well, there'll be a match of the day tonight, won't there?
Yeah.
So, last ball before tea. And Coles defends to out into the offside, and that will be tea. Fergus O'Neill finishes 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. Sussex go to tea 106 for 3, with Tom Haynes on 63. James Cole's on 4. Sussex still trailing by 25, and Nottinghamshire very much in the driving seat here, Dave.
Yep, 32 overs to go in the day. The players will be back out to bowl the first of them in about 20 minutes' time. Hope you'll join us then. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The umpires are getting ahead of us by charging out to the middle to be in position for the start of the final session of day 2. Yeah, only day 2 of this match between Notts and Sussex. We always say this next session is vital to the eventual outcome. I just feel this one may well be. I think the winner of this session will go a long way towards telling us whether we'll still be playing at the close tomorrow night or not. Sussex need a really, really good couple of hours with the bat. But if Notts can just make steady progress, if they can have the visitors 7 or so down by the close of play, could be in a good position to have this one by tea time tomorrow. But we'll have to see. It's going to be Farhan Ahmed from the far end, the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end, as it's now officially named, to get us underway. 11 overs unbroken from that end before tea for Farhan Ahmed. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me Adrian Harms watching on as we wonder how this session is going to manifest itself. 106 for 3 Sussex, still trailing by 25.
Yeah, I noticed Brett Hutton is out after tea, which is good news for Nottinghamshire. He sort of came in sort of limbering up down there, so good to see that Nottinghamshire are restored to full strength. As in comes Ahmed round the wicket bowls to Haynes, who drives the first ball after tea firmly into the covers. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, Sussex need to get to still be in this game. Sussex don't need to lose any more than 2 wickets in this session. You know, if they could be 100 or so ahead with 100 ahead with 5 wickets in the tank, they still got a chance. But if they lose 3 or 4 in this session, I'm afraid that's probably curtains. Ahmed in bowls, and Haynes defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. It's an interesting conundrum here, isn't it? Between you don't want to lose wickets, but you don't want to get yourself bogged down either, and suddenly find you're going nowhere. You know, one way of putting pressure on Nottinghamshire is to score runs and get a lead, but you don't want to play any silly shots. So it's not easy as Ahmed is in bowls. Haynes is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Keeping eyes on that game down at Worcester, looks like Durham are edging towards victory. 35 for 1 they are in their second innings, needing another 73 to beat Worcestershire.
Be dancing in the streets of Durham.
Our friend Martin Emerson will be pleased to get a couple of days off. In comes Ahmed bowls, and Haynes plays down the offside. There is no run.
Might not. He'll have to log it on his worksheet and tell them he's only done half a week's work.
The other game in Division 1, Surrey 225 for 3, now trailing Somerset by just 58. Jamie Smith was in the runs down there. He's 51 not out. Ahmed in the sunshine bowls to Haynes, who's solidly forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Haynes has a little look towards that leg side, but very impressive here with Ahmed, isn't it? I mean, he's bowling to this, the amount of left-handers Sussex have got, and he's bowling to that short edge on their leg side. It's a very, very fine performance by a 17-year-old. Waits at the end of his run, in and bowls, and Haynes leans back, plays into the offside, and picks up a single, just Tom Haynes. Just the 1 run coming off of Ahmed's opening over after tea. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. Difficult to believe that young man is just 17.
Yeah.
What a fine prospect, both he and his brother. It's not going to be Brett Hutton, it's going to be Fergus O'Neill who's going to open us up after tea from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground. It's getting hazy again, David. The sun wants to come out, but then sort of doesn't.
Over rates, Notts are +5, so they're okay. Sussex -1 at the end of the Nottinghamshire first innings.
That's interesting.
So they'll have to. They'll soon sort that out. That's not a problem, is it? So it's going to be Fergus O'Neill. It's not a problem unless they lose the next 7 wickets for less than 24 runs. There's O'Neill bowling. Haynes just thrust his bat at it a little bit, and the ball just popped up onto the offside. Straight to Hutton, no run.
In the air just a little longer than he would have liked. Glad to see Tom Haynes is okay. They've got a nasty, as Dave described it beautifully, a nasty clonk on the helmet from Josh Tongue. And it was a clonk and a half, but the helmet did its job, and Tom looks okay, which is good news for Sussex.
Haynes on 64, O'Neill bowls to him. Elegant looking drive, straight to Hutton at mid-off, no run. Is it still, as it always used to be, that the helmets then have to be thrown away if they receive a blow like that? He used to be, and that seems to me like money for old rope for the helmet manufacturer, because they're fairly expensive things, and if this gets hit, you've got to throw it away and you've got to buy another one. But they always said, to be able to do its job fully. A wonderful caught and ball from O'Neill. Haynes goes, that's a stunner. Watch that ball. O'Neill just threw the ball up into the air and it came down almost amongst everybody out there on the field. He wasn't bothered. He was into the arms of his jubilant teammates. That's a stunner. The flip side of that is that's desperately bad luck for Tom Haynes, who's drilled the last couple of balls to mid-off to Brett Hutton. Tried to do it again, but didn't keep this one down, and he's been caught by a sensational reflex catch by Fergus O'Neill. And it's 107 for 4. Haynes at the crease for 2.25 hours, faced Nelson in terms of balls, 1-1-1 balls, hit 9 fours and a 6. And Notts have made the breakthrough straight after tea. So that now means 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the scorecard, as they were in the first innings, have all gone. And it's down to the medal order engine room of Coles and Carter just to try and steer Sussex back to calmer waters. But I've not seen it again. I don't know if it's been on the live stream, but maybe Kirsty and Aaron, whoever's on replays this afternoon, and maybe there's good grounds to show that 2 or 3 times, please, because we completely missed that. That was sensational.
Here we go. Oh, that's magnificent.
Just pure instinct. But then he threw the ball up in the air. He didn't know where it had gone. Nobody knew where it had gone. And it came down, and I think it landed smack in the middle of the wicket, which the umpires won't have been too thrilled about. But what a good catch.
Well, it really was a good catch, and now Sussex are in deep trouble. Effectively minus 24 for 4. Well, we said someone's got to play a big innings. But the options are beginning to run out here for Sussex. Ollie Carter batted very well in the first innings, top scoring with 46. But you really think now it's these two, John Simpson and Finn Hudson-Prentice. Jack Carson can bat as well, but really one of these these two, or John Simpson's got to make a big score.
O'Neill bowls. This is turned onto the leg side to Farhan Ahmed. He didn't know where the ball had gone, did he?
No, he didn't.
But he stopped it. That's the important thing. New man then, Ollie Carter. Made 46 yesterday, was dismissed by Farhan Ahmed. One of the commentators, and it wasn't Adrian, yelling stumped, but he went down. That's caught behind, advanced down the track to the spinner. Won't be advancing down the track very far to O'Neill, who bowls outside edge 4 runs. Past the diving slips and away. It's Jack Haynes at third slip, couldn't get anything on it. Scuttled along the ground, it wasn't a chance, but went very quickly off the outside edge. Sometimes your day, isn't it, when you can edge?
Yes,
when you can edge 4s, you don't even have to smash them out the middle. You can just edge them away for 4. And now we've got Nelson on the board for Sussex supporters, the superstitious sort. 1-1-1 for 4.
No, totally. Well, he's on his way, Ollie Carter. Out comes the sun again.
The sun has got his hat on. Fergus O'Neill hasn't. He doesn't wear a hat. This is bowled to Carter. Both on 4. It's played into the offside. Round of applause for Fergus O'Neill, playing his last game for Notts. He was the leading wicket taker in the country after 3 rounds. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings, but he's got 2 now in the second.
That's a very good catch, isn't it? Tom Haynes' exit came right out the middle. But the previous, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because the previous delivery he had played uppishly in that area. Now there's a bit of a brains trust going on out in the middle there. Who's that? That's the skipper.
Yes, it's Joe Clark's usually involved in these chats, and Ben Duckett as well. I was just getting the binoculars, but no need. I can see it's Ben Duckett from the glint off the blue of his sunglasses, perched on top of his cap. So who knows what that was about. It didn't involve the bowler. Clark and Duckett aren't bowlers, but just passing on a little bit of wisdom, one or two thoughts to Asiba Mead. 111 for 4. Here is Farhan Ahmed. Bowls. Oh, that was very nearly through Coles. It was an LBW in everything but the eventual outcome. He just jabbed his bat down on it.
Only just in time, wasn't it?
111 for 4. Sussex trail by 20. Next ball comes in now and just played very late again by Coles, this time onto the offside, fielded by Brett Hutton. John Simpson doing next.
Yeah, and he's been in terrific form, John. But as I say, you feel, probably both of these two and Simpson have all got to make big runs here.
And
big runs.
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Who can bat,
In fact, Carson came in ahead of Finn Hudson-Prentice in the first innings. Next one's turned onto the leg side, but doesn't go beyond short leg. Jack Haynes, who made the stop, wasn't a chance. Still Nelson on the board. Always think about the great David Shepherd when we see that up there, hopping about on one leg. Great sight. Farhan Ahmed. Bowls now, it's just tossed up and driven down the ground for a single. Everybody can put their feet down. 112 for 4. Got some fantastic umpires in the country, but not too many with unusual quirks or mannerisms like we used to have with Dickie Bird and Shep. Michael Goff's back on the county circuit. We've not had him yet this season. No longer on the international list, Michael. So should see him about a little bit this summer. Ben Duckett at deepish mid-on there, just asking everybody, you want Josh Tong bringing in from the fence? And they say, oh yeah, coming in, Josh. There's Farhan Ahmed. Bowls to the recently arrived Carter, who defends. Coles and Carter. So that's something out of an 80s TV detective. Is it George Carter? And
yes, Sweeney. Yeah.
This ball's dropped on the leg side. 112 for 4.
Yeah, he was in. It was Inspector Regan was John Thor.
That's right. Yeah.
And Sergeant Carter, I think, was Dennis Waterman. Great programmes today. Yeah. Anyway, end of the over. Sussex still trailing by 19. And we said the conundrum here for Sussex is, clearly they don't want to lose any more wickets. They need to score some runs as well. But I guess the first job, it's difficult. You just got to get your head down and they talk about going in tens, don't they?
Yeah.
Let's add 10 more, 10 more, 10 more, and just try and eke it out. In comes O'Neill, bustling in from the Ratcliffe Road end, bowls to James Coates, who covers up, plays him to the offside, no run. I just get the feeling with O'Neill, Dave, just watching from here and what you've said, he just looks like the sort of overseas signing you want, really. He's full of enthusiasm. He's not here just to play a bit of county cricket and go home again. You get the feeling that he's here to play for the team and probably wants to come back. And he's in again. Runs in over the wicket, bowls, Coles, played. Has he played any international cricket?
No,
at all?
I was just going to say, and I think the feeling is that if not, I can just sort of try and tie up a little bit of a relationship with him. Clearly, they can't bring him back this season, but I've interviewed him, and he said to me, Dave, I can't wait to come back next year when I can play all summer. So he's clearly looking at that.
He's in again. Bowls, Coles defends into the offside, no run.
But a number of people have spoken to him about him a little bit, having watched his performances, and I think the belief is that is he ever going to be quick enough for a test match bowler. And I know you don't have to be express, but there's a lot of people just wondering if he'd go right to the top.
Nearly in bowls to Coles. He plays that to mid-wicket and there is no
In the sense that he might be somebody that might be hanging around county championship cricket for a long time, because he might just not quite have the necessary pace to be somebody that would play regular international cricket. I hope that's wrong for the lad. I hope he continues to blossom and does get his chance. You don't have to be expressed to play Test cricket, of course.
O'Neill in bowls, and Coles turns that down to deep backward square leg, picks up a single, does James. Obviously goes to 530, sorry, to 6, I apologise, 113 for 4.
But he's not a Mitchell Stark or a Brett Lee. But still young in his career. But yeah, he did say to me, really, really enjoying it here, and very much looking forward to having the opportunity to come back next year when I can stay all year. So that was out of his mouth.
And comes O'Neill bowls. That's a wide swinging delivery, well taken low down by Carl Verena, and there is no run. End of the over. O'Neill has bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 36. I think that says on the scoreboard. Sussex 113 for 4, Carter 4, Cole 6. Sussex trailing here by 18 runs here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle. The sun is again trying to come out, and Sussex very much with their backs to the wall here.
Of course, then you have maybe Carl Verena has a terrific season and wants to come back, and you'll have him tied up for all year, and then the rest of this summer, Mohammed Abbas suddenly becomes the leading wicket taker in the country and bowls knots to victory after victory after victory. It might be one of those where they've got some problems to sort out. Here's Farhan Ahmed. Be a nice problem to have. 113 for 4. Coles has 6. Sussex trail by 18 as Ahmed bowls, and this has mainly been a blocking start to this partnership. I've only added 6 so far in 2.5 overs. 113 for 4. Again, the very deliberate stance and start to his delivery from Ahmed, then fields off his own bowling, helping the seamers out by polishing the ball. Been given a really good chance to get into this game by Asib Hamid. This is his 14th over, broken only by the tea break. That's turned on the leg side. They'll get a single. 114 for 4. Coles up to 7. Elsewhere starting to look a little flat as Sussex brought the half century up for the opening partnership, and then 60 and 70 and 80, and got to 89 when he was pushed at Ahmed and edged to Verena. Ahmed bowls now to Carter. He defends this one. Soon afterwards, Clark made an ill-judged decision to try and sweep across the line out LBW. Looked, even from our lofty perch, as if that might be very adjacent, and even more so when Allsop fell LBW to O'Neill. And since tea, Haynes drilling the ball back, and O'Neill making a fine reflex catch as Ahmed tries to fire this through the defences of Carter, who takes a pace back deep into his crease to defend. We've had 11 wickets go down today, 13 yesterday. We've had another change on the balcony in front of us. It's Spence with the camera in front of Adrian. Now, don't call Spence, Emma, or he'll be after you. 114 for 4 at the end of the over.
Well, Spencer's done away with any sort of hoodie. He's out there in a t-shirt.
Oh, we had 12 layers on yesterday. He's not listening. He's got his favourite radio station on, no doubt. He's got earplugs in, so he doesn't listen to us. 114 for 4 at the end of the over.
The run rate is slowly to a crawl. You know, from a Sussex perspective, they're sort of betwixt and between here, really. Just can't afford to lose any more wickets, but by the same token, they do need to score runs. The priority here, I guess, is having lost. What did they lose at one stage? They lost 4 for 18. O'Neill in, bowls to Coles, defends down the offside. They run 89 without loss to 107 for 4. So yeah, that's 4 for 18 they lost.
Durham have lost another wicket. They're 45 for 2. That victory target is 108, so 63 more needed to win.
Yeah, you'd think they'll kick themselves all the way back to Durham if they don't win that one. That's a long old trek, isn't it? Worcester, incredible that those two sides play each other in T20 cricket. But anyway, in comes O'Neill to Coles, who plays that one down towards third man. They've taken one, they'll come back for a second. It's a comfortable 2 for James Coles. He goes to 9. Sussex to 116 for 4. Just get themselves in positive territory and build some sort of a lead, give themselves something to bowl at second time around.
What's your furthest trip? Cardiff? Taunton?
For T20?
Chelmsford? Yeah.
Taunton. Yeah. The worst trip is Chelmsford, because they always play at Chelmsford on a Friday night. M25 Friday night is horrendous around that part of London. In comes O'Neill bowls. Across the right-handed Coles, well taken by Varane in front of first slip. I was saying that I think they're building another tunnel under the Thames in that part of London because they just can't cope.
Is that Rothesay?
Yeah, I mean, I go through the Dartford or over the Dartford Bridge. But there was a famous T20 back, I think it was 2014, when Luke Wright made 153, but Sussex got stuck on the bus going there. Luke tweeted something like, if anyone's there from Sussex wants to open the batting, you know, he comes. O'Neill bowls down the leg side. Did he glove? Well, there was an appeal. It wasn't taken cleanly by Carl Varane anyway. But, the game was delayed by a few minutes, and then Essex got 200 odd, and Luke played a typical Luke innings and smashed it all around Chelmsford. It was wonderful. But yeah, it's a good ground for T20 on a Friday night. Is Chelmsford, because it's always absolutely rammed. Get a good atmosphere. And again comes O'Neill, bowls to Coles, defends on the onside. There is no run. But yeah, you know, I mean, some of the journeys in T20 are ridiculous. I remember last year, Taunton on a Thursday night, whatever it was, then back to Hove for an afternoon game the next day. It was nonsense, really. Get good crowds down at Taunton, though, for T20.
Well, again, with relatively small-sized grounds, it just looks absolutely rammed full, doesn't it?
Comes O'Neill, bowls to Coles, defends onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over, 116 for 4. Carter on 4, Coles on 9. Rather worryingly, there was an article in the Times a couple of weeks back by Lizzie Ammon saying that T20 sales were down this year. I don't know. Sussex are reporting theirs are up slightly, but clearly that information must have come from somewhere. I don't know if that's competition for the 100 or just a case of people not having the cash in their pockets. Well, what would they charge here, Dave, for a T20? I think it's. I mean, do you fill it for a T20 on a not every time, or?
There was a spell where they were not quite sellouts, but they were regular getting 13, 14, 15,000 in. Last year there was a definite down surge that coincided with results as well. 116 for 4. Won't be so many in this year, or there won't be the availability with all the seats in front of the pavilion, of course, out of use.
Yeah.
This is dropped on the leg side, and
he's out. No, he's just got home.
Yeah, I think he's got home.
What on earth were they thinking?
It's played on the leg side. The ball was.
He's hurt himself.
Fizzed into Varane, demolished the stumps.
He's hurt himself. I mean, presumably that was Coles' call, was it? He's hurt himself. I mean, Coles was at the non-strikers end. You'd have thought it was his call. I don't know if we might see that again, but...
Well, no, Carter would have presumably played it and called him.
But did he go in front of square?
Yeah,
or
I think
did,
so.
If it went in front of square, then it's a very dodgy single to take. I thought.
Again, great if we can see a replay of that, whatever shots we've got.
I think he's. I think James Coles has broken his glove.
Well,
Yeah.
it's funny when they slide along the ground and get the gloves dirty. They always like to change them.
He's absolutely covered in dust.
Yeah.
I wonder if we might see that. I wasn't sure if it went behind square, then it was clearly James Coles. Oh, we're going to see it again, which is. Here we go. Oh no, it's a poor call, isn't it? It's a poor call. Yeah, that's a bad run by Ollie Carter, and James Coles would probably think every right to be annoyed about that.
There's Farhan Ahmed then in. The end of the day, no damage done, apart from to James Cole's gloves. 117 for 4. Sussex trail by 14. They've only got these 6 wickets left now. How many can they get? How many can they muster? Not seemingly at the moment would have all the time in the world, but you never know with cricket as this is hit down the ground. This pair could still be batting in the same partnership this time tomorrow. You just never know.
Yeah.
118 for 4, but it might take something extraordinary like that, a couple of 150-run partnerships to really put some pressure on Notts in their second innings. Can't believe how advanced this game is. Still with most of the... Oh, this has turned round the corner very fine. Ahmed bowling to Carter. He's just tickled it fine. Out of reach of the leg slip. It's disappeared down below us. And again, they come back for 3. Be lovely to know how many 3s had been today. Just out of reach of leg slip. And they take another 3. 121 for 4. It was Jack Haynes in there. It went very, very, very fine. Haynes is close in, almost on an angle of 45 degrees at sort of a backward short leg as much as a leg slip, but it went between him and Verena. Farhan Ahmed in again. Bowls and it's pushed back to him. They're not in line. I don't think he's getting an excessive amount of movement. Very rarely does he get an excessive amount of movement, but he's got lovely flight and a lovely way of varying his pace for Farhan Ahmed.
Well, they'll be dancing in the streets of Brighton tonight because Brighton were 2-1 down against West Ham with a minute to go and 1-3-2.
Crikey.
So they'll be pleased. Well, lots of Brighton fans are Sussex fans. I hope they'll be coming out of the ground and maybe listening in to see how Sussex are getting on.
They'll be hoping now for the right result in the FA Cup semi-final. It'll be a good night in Brighton.
Well, O'Neill's going to carry on, but a good spell from the Australian. He's making the most of his last appearance here. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 40. He's coming in to bowl to the right-handed Ollie Carter. He's in on bowls, and Carter, with that solid defence, is forward, plays it down the track, and there is no run.
I think he's planning on doing a little bit of sightseeing around Europe before he goes back to Australia.
Nice, yeah.
He's got apparently Will Sutherland as his big mate from back home. You'll have seen him playing for, I think it's the Melbourne Renegades they both play for. He's coming over and they're doing a little bit of a sightseeing tour.
O'Neill bowls. Oh, he's going to get 4 runs, is Carter, but it's an edgy 4 runs through the slip cordon. Picks up a boundary, well, they all count. But he's just probing away here, O'Neill. The arrears come down by 4 more. And they are now just 6 runs, the arrears. I don't think that was a chance. First I thought it pitched in front of... who's that at...
That's Haynes.
Haynes.
But again, if you've got a 3-man slip cordon, it still shouldn't get through them, should it?
No.
It does. We know it does. Happens at every game, sometimes several times a game.
Yes, it does.
It just shouldn't get through a slip cordon if you're all close enough to each other. There shouldn't be any gaps, but invariably it does. Here's O'Neill again.
3 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and Carter's right in behind this, plays it into the offside. There is no run.
You wonder where 2 good-looking young Australian boys would head off to for a little bit of a sightseeing trip around Europe.
Well, get yourself an interrailing pass and get Get your bag packed for a month or two.
Yeah, a bit of south of France. That'd be nice, wouldn't
Yeah,
it? And
all over, couldn't you? Lovely.
yeah,
Put loose and fancy free.
that's
and
it.
just enjoy it. O'Neill bowls. Carter beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery, taken low down by Verena. So 125. I might have to go. They've just finished the football, so I'd imagine they'll probably want me for I maybe 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, go on, clear off.
I'll tell you, I'll do these next 2 balls.
I'm all right. I can.
Go on, you go.
I can look after our lovely listeners and viewers. 125 for 4 is the score here at Trent Bridge, Division 1, top of the table. O'Neill bowls, Carter resolutely defends. He remains on 12. Jack Coles has 10. This pair have added 18, and Sussex now trail by 6. Elsewhere, Division 1, Somerset 283 at the Oval, Surrey closing in on that. They're 247 for 4, and Durham have lost a 3rd wicket. They're 57 for 3, needing 51 more to beat Worcestershire. Couple of matches in Division 2 after this delivery from O'Neill. He bowls now, edged and caught. Now that is a super catch from Ben Duckett. That really is a good catch. Carter goes for 12. We've seen some fabulous slip catching, and that's up there certainly in the top 3 in this game, and there's been some really high quality ones. But that is top draw stuff from Duckett, top draw stuff from O'Neill, who gets his 3rd wicket, and still some Sussex haven't wiped out the deficit. It's 125 for 5. Really, really good catch, that one. Ollie Carter hit a couple of boundaries in his 12, just faced 18 balls, 25 minutes at the crease, 125 for 5, and the 2nd wicket in the session, 2nd wicket to O'Neill. Not so slowly but surely moving towards the finishing line. Still some work to do yet. Of course, they know that John Simpson is due in next. Here on the live stream is a replay of that. It's a good one from Ben Duckett. Not at his best with the bat yesterday in his brief stay, but he's caught well in this game. That's his 3rd catch, and that was an outstanding grab. Left-handed, low down, 2nd slip, moving down to his left, and got his hand underneath it. So John Simpson will be coming in at number 7 with work to do. First innings he made 14. In fact, he was a Duckett catch in the first innings, edged Brett Hutton to slip. The end of the over, so John Simpson goes to the non-striker's end. He's a left-hander, of course, but the right-handed James Coles continues on strike. Sussex 125 for 5. Played onto the leg side, and there's no run. Into the 41st over of this innings. Farhan Ahmed bowls. Carter hit on the pad. They're asking the umpire here, or certainly Farhan is asking the umpire, but nothing doing from umpire Newell. First innings, Sussex were bowled out in 59 overs. Radio Nottingham in my ears. Presume they're going to come for another little update in a moment. There's another single. 126 for 5. So John Simpson now on strike, preparing to face his first ball. Thought we were doing an update for Radio Nottingham, but not quite ready for that yet. There's Farhan Ahmed. And a play and a miss for Simpson, first ball. Yeah, slowly but surely, Jake, Nottinghamshire moving into an even stronger position here. They've picked up 2 really important wickets since tea, both taken by the Australian Fergus O'Neill. The first one was a tremendous caught and bowl catch. It was just a reflex, just instinct, pure instinct, as Tom Haynes, leading scorer in this innings with 64, just drilled the ball back at the Australian, stuck out his right hand, and yeah, it stuck in there in the palm. It was very much a reflex, instinctive grab, as I say, but a really important moment. That was 107 for 4. Remember, Sussex 131 behind on first innings, so to get rid of him was a big boost. And then Ollie Cart, who top scored for the visitors in the first innings, he's just gone. It was another sensational grab, this time in the slips by Ben Duckett, again from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill. That was 125 for 5. New man in is John Simpson, the Sussex skipper. The visitors in fact, a boundary has just been hit whilst I was talking to you, so Sussex trail by 1 run. They're 130 for 5, so it just depends how quickly Notts can polish off the lower order here. This, remember, only day 2 of 4. Game has really moved on, and it's moved on in Nottinghamshire's favour.
In comes Fergus O'Neill, over the wicket bowls to James Coles, who plays it into the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 12, 131 for 5, so the score's now level.
That was a good grab, wasn't it? Did you see it?
My word.
Yeah.
So the catching in this game, with the exception of one that went down from Joe Clark, has been absolutely exceptional. I mean, there have been at least half a dozen days.
I was going to say, I said on the commentary there, it's got to be in the top 3, but I wouldn't. You know, I think I could look at some of them again and again and again. I wouldn't be entirely sure which were the best 3 we've seen. There's been some wonderful grabs.
Well, I mean, the catch of the slip call and that excellent caught and bowl by O'Neill as well to dismiss Tom Haynes. It's been high quality out cricket. In comes O'Neill, round the wicket bowls to Simpson. Simpson drives down the ground. There is no run. I think for Sussex, you always like to slink to sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Cling to any olive branch you can, but you really feel for Sussex to have a chance. These 2 have got to put on a big partnership. I mean, Finn Hudson can Bentis can bat, Jack Carson can bat, Robinsons and Seals can probably add a few, but realistically, for Sussex to have any chance, these 2 must be there at the close. O'Neill in, bowls to Simpson, who is forward, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run.
If this was day 3, you could see a route to a draw, couldn't you, for Sussex? Take some time out of the game and just hope the last 5 wickets can stick around long enough to build some partnerships. But the fact there's so much time left in the game, you imagine right now, and it may come back to bite me, but right now you'd imagine Notts are overwhelming favourites.
Oh, totally. And again, bowls, and Simpson plays that on to backward point, picks up a single, fielded there by Farhan Ahmed. 1 more to John Simpson. He goes to 5. I think one thing John Simpson will be thinking here is that he needs to be positive. Because, I mean, Sussex lead by 1 run. He'll know the way to try and put pressure back on Nottinghamshire is to get Sussex some sort of a lead. But it's a difficult equation.
Did see Tong blow the very bottom of the Sussex card away in the first innings.
Yes, O'Neill in bowls to Coles, who clips through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 13. Yeah, absolutely he did. 133 for 5.
Yeah, this is O'Neill's 5th over since tea, so I think a couple of factors there that we've mentioned. It's his last game, so I think Notts will be tempted just to keep using him and using him and using him. Get your money's worth out of him. Keep the others as fresh as you can, but I think there'll also be the temptation to say to Josh Tong at some point, just see if you can blow a hole now through the lower middle order.
O'Neill again, round the wicket bowls. Oh, Simpson's beaten outside the off stump. It's a good delivery through into the clubs of Verena. Well, one of your correspondents got in touch earlier, Dave, and said maybe this might be over in 2 days. I mean, I'm hoping upon hope from a Sussex perspective that isn't the case, but if one of these two goes, you wouldn't bet against it. With Josh Tongue fresh to come in, as you say.
It's unlikely. I mean, Sussex...
Well, I hope not.
You know, it goes back to another conversation we had a little earlier on the amount of points you should get for a draw. There are significant draw points to be gained if you can somehow find a way out.
Yes.
In the old days, you would have sides that fancied being on the road and having a day or two off as Farhan Ahmed starts a new over. This is turn to leg, 133 for 5. Saw Sussex last night leaving in their luxury coach, heading back into the city centre to their hotel. Very often, I know sometimes with Notts they've had to wait until the next morning after losing or winning away for a coach to come back if it's dropped them off somewhere, a single taken away on the leg side. But I think travelling in and out of the city centre here, the coaches presumably are staying with them. 134 for 5.
Remember, actually, last time I came here, Dave, I stayed in a hotel in the city, and I walked down one morning, and it's a bit of a trot, actually.
Yeah.
From well, I was the other side of the city centre. It was a bit of a trot down to the ground. But,
Farhan Ahmed in bowls again, slapped away, and it's been slapped straight into some part of Jack Haynes' anatomy. I think Verena asked if he's okay, and he's just said it was his pad, and then his gesturing, he should have kicked it back onto the stumps. It's a little lucky there in every sense that it didn't hurt him, and conversely Simpson a little unlucky. He was denied some runs. Farhan Ahmed in again. Sweep away for 4 on the leg side. Just got his line a little wrong there, and John Simpson very, very quick to get into position to sweep that away for 4. Nice shot. Very good execution. 138 for 5. Sussex lead by 7. Effectively 7 for 5. Brett Hutton's just gone from almost by where the square leg umpire would stand if he was on that side. I don't really know why umpire Blackwell is standing at point.
no, that is odd.
Because he is looking towards where the sun usually is. Always the umpires stand on the other side, so he's a square point on the offside to the left-hander, so no reason to stand that unless he started the over. No, Coles hasn't been on strike this over, has he? 138 for 5 anyway. Stand where he likes. He's in charge. It's Farhan Ahmed. Bowls and Simpson hits it down the ground, won't get a run. As long as it's not me standing out there. I generally allow myself to get talked in once or twice a season if they can't get an umpire, and we'll do a game or two. But it's a bit of an ordeal, and I always reflect how unpleasant I must have been at times to umpires bellowing appeals in the face of an umpire, because I certainly don't like being on the other end when they scream in your face, "How was that?" And you got to look at them and say, "Look, it pitched outside leg, or it was going over the top," and rubbish umpire.
In comes O'Neill. Over the wicket bowls. Oh, Coles pulls the bat in. Oh, I think he did pull the bat inside the line. I'll give James Coles the benefit of the doubt there.
You done it? Have you stood out there? Club cricket?
I have, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I only played village cricket, Dave, to be honest. But yeah, I used to. In fact, I mean, I wasn't a particularly good cricketer, but I used to quite enjoy umpiring, because I think if you're there for the day, you might as well get involved in the game.
Yeah.
So, the standard of cricket we played, you
I
rarely
think
had
at any
umpires.
standard, you've always got somebody out there who knows best.
Yeah, you know, I'm happy to go and put the coat on. In comes O'Neill bowls, played by Coles down the onside of the track. No run. We had a very good cricket evening that was organised when we did join a league. And there was a fellow who ran an umpiring course, and through the course of one winter, and he was all at LBWs, and he sort of set up some stumps, and he had some balls that were on pulleys. And he was sort of showing, now, do you think this is going to hit the stumps? And most of the time we went, oh, that's plumb. And it went over the top, or passed off, or past leg. And it changed my mind completely on LBWs. It was really good. O'Neill is in, bowls down the leg side, tumbling take by Varane, and there is no run. And because, you know, all too often in village cricket, you know, it hits the pads and the umpire's the finger up before you can say Jack Robinson, and it does make you think. And even at this level now, Dave, sometimes I think, oh, really? That's a...
Yeah. I was doing a game last year and some clever so-and-so ran into bowl, and, you know, you sort of get lulled into the routine of it, don't you? And he whipped off a bail. He was appealing for a mancad.
Here comes O'Neill. Bowls, Coles is LB. Oh, no, he's not. That was a good shout. I thought I half expected. I thought the finger began to move then, just going over the top. Do you think?
If that was
tough.
If that was what was going to happen, then I can see that. If the finger had gone up, I wouldn't have been surprised.
No.
But like you, Ian Blackwell, there was definitely a twitch of the left arm, wasn't there?
There was. He just moved his left arm.
I think he was coin moving, but the left arm appeared to be coming round the back. Yeah, this clown appeal for a mancad. Before I knew what to say, the captain stepped in. Sorry, leave him to me.
Coles plays into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a little bit, Dave, umpiring. I mean, I hate it when umpires do get abuse, and you know, it's like referees in local football. You know, it's difficult enough to get someone who's prepared to go out there, and you get people yelling abuse, and you know, it's just unnecessary, isn't it? Because without an umpire, without a referee, you haven't got a game.
No.
And comes O'Neill again. Bowls to Coles. Coles defends down the onside. Nottinghamshire assenting.
I mean, I've not had all that much to do with you know, basic lower league grassroots football in terms of the officiating, but certainly in umpires, like in cricket, like you say, you know, down the leagues, if there isn't an umpire there, if each side hasn't got an umpire, they generally say, well, let's do it between us, you know,
totally.
and whatever. You don't get that in football, do you?
No,
we haven't got a referee today. One of our lad who's not good enough to get in the match day 14 or 15 or whatever, he'll do it. Oh yeah, just what we need.
Well, the level I played. Is this Josh Tongue?
It is. No real surprise. Farhan Ahmed out of the attack. Couple of wickets. I think he's done terrifically well today.
He has.
Really well. He hung around with the bat as well with Josh Tong at the end there, put on some useful runs and has picked up two really important wickets, getting Hughes and Clark the first two, just to get that little pebble rolling down the hill for Notts.
I mean, the level I played at, Dave, you know, quite often you turn up with 11 and one of you had to umpire, someone else had to score.
Yeah.
So everyone did a bit of everything, really. Well, is Tong going to blow away the Sussex low? It's still got 20 overs to be bowled tonight, you know. Sussex just leading by 7 runs.
Here comes Josh Tong, round the wicket, bowls to John Simpson. This is cut into the offside, and there's no run. Tong's 5 victims in the first innings were Allsop, Coles, Carson, Hudson Prentice and Seals. It's not yet struck in the second innings. 3 wickets to Fergus O'Neill, 2 to Farhan Ahmed.
And Sussex have lost 5 for 36 since they were 89 without loss. It's been quite the collapse.
Brett Hutton hasn't bowled since the very start of the innings when he went off the field midway through an over. Simpson again pushes back to Josh Tong. There's no run. 138 for 5. Durham now 70 for 3. They need 38 more runs to pull off a 2-day victory at New Road. Would very much leave Worcestershire stranded at the bottom of the table. And in all possibility, Somerset down in the bottom 2 as well. As Tong bowls, Simpson pushes it into the offside. Somerset 283 all out yesterday at the Oval. Surrey 259 for 4.
Well, with good weather forecast for the next 2 days, you think Somerset will do well to get out of that?
Yeah. So they're winless. First 3 matches. Look to be facing a first innings deficit at the Oval against Surrey. So So they might be in the bottom two with Worcestershire. There's a no ball by Josh Tong. John Simpson punches it up to his opposite number as captain, Hamid at mid-off. There's no run, 2 to the total.
My friend Sam's been in touch, and he says to me, "Are you going to Hooters tonight?" What's Hooters? Come on, Dave.
It's just where you can go and enjoy some of the live sports from around the world on the big screens. I wonder if they'll have the boxing on. I don't know. You can get yourself a chicken wing or a burger. I know what you mean, Sam. I know what you mean. 140 for 5.
Generally, with these boxing matches, they don't start till about midnight, do they? I mean, to cater for all sorts of audiences around the world.
Yeah. You spend a fortune and it's a first round knockout. Occasionally they live up to the hype. John Simpson has 9. I'm still taking a single. It took all the pace out of it, but just tripled behind the stumps. The umpire had to move out of the way, and they still took the single there to Simpson. 141 for 5. I can remember down in Hove somewhere with the Notts team watching one of the Froch and Groves fights.
Oh, right,
obviously.
okay.
It was on a Notts visit to Hove. What would that be, a decade or 12 years ago or something ridiculous like
Carl
that?
Froch was in this neck of the woods, wasn't he?
It's Nottingham, yeah. Tong now into the right-handed Coles. He'll play this up to mid-on. And Hamid bends down to pick up. End of the over, 141. 19 overs remain in the day. Eerie. Notts could ask for an extra 8 overs if they think there's a possibility of getting the job done this evening. In order to do that, I think they'd...
7 or 8 down, do you think? 7 down, probably?
It depends how many runs, because
Yes.
you've got to do an awful lot in 8 overs. If you're only 7 downs, you need 3 wickets. You would lose 2 overs for the changeover, and then you'd have to knock off the runs. And the runs are already 10. I think they'd have to have begun a run chase, and maybe we're within 20 or so.
Yeah, I mean, a lot might depend as well on who's in. In terms of Sussex batters, in comes O'Neill, bowls to Simpson, who clips this one nicely away for 4 runs. Clipped away through mid-wicket. Actually, I say 4 runs, it slowed up considerably on the outfield. That looked for all the world like it was going for 4 runs, and it didn't. Liam Patterson-White chased it down, just 2 to John Simpson. He
I think
goes
if
to 12.
Sussex are batting, I don't think there's any chance that the umpires would agree to an extra 8 overs, because it wouldn't be, because you'd have the change of innings as well to factor in.
Yes.
Caterers will be wondering tomorrow.
Yeah, they will.
Are they to prepare some Sunday lunches?
O'Neill in bowls, and Simpson again plays to mid-wicket, no run. Well, I keep clinging to every olive branch there is, but if these two can stay in for the next 18 overs, at least take it into a third day, and and just see where it goes in the morning. But you'd think 18 overs, that'll take this ball to 60 overs plus.
There haven't been many partnerships in this game that have lasted 18 overs, so in all possibility or probability there'll be another wicket or 2 to go tonight. Might not, but just following the trend, it's likely there will be.
O'Neill in bowls, Simpson defends down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. If ever there was a skipper's innings needed, this is it. Haynes 64, Hughes 25, Sussex 89 without loss, but Hughes' departure started the collapse. Clark for 2, Allsop for 4. Tom Haynes, some excuse, in a sense it was a terrific caught and bowled by O'Neill. And Ollie Carter for 12. O'Neill in again, bowls to Simpson, who drives to mid-off straight to Brett Hutton. They're coming right out the middle of John Simpson's bat, but they're going straight to fielders at the moment.
Off and the way.
Simpson had to drop his shoelace. Yeah, he's just finding the fielders at the moment.
Did you say Grant Flowers connected with Sussex at the moment?
Yes, he is. He's the batting coach, and he's going to take charge of Sussex during the One-Day Cup.
Oh, the One-Day Cup, yeah.
O'Neill again bowls to Simpson, who defends to mid-on. There is No, yeah, he's been around Sussex for 3 or 4 seasons now. He was here batting coach under Ian Salisbury, and certainly the last time Sussex were here, because I remember, and I think Grant may live in this neck of the woods actually. As I say, he's going to take charge of the 50 over side when that comes around in August. O'Neill again bowls. Simpson solidly defends to mid-on. Good over by O'Neill. He's suddenly earning his corn in this game. 17 overs, 3 maidens. He's taken 3 for 49. He's bowled very well. And Sussex 143 for 5, leading for 12. So effectively 12 for 5 for Sussex.
Durham are 4 down, 76 for 4. They've had 34 wickets since 11 o'clock yesterday morning at New Road.
Well, you'd think they're going to sneak over the line, wouldn't you? But
32 more required.
Well, you never know.
Good time for a hat-trick.
Yeah.
Josh Tong, who entered this second innings on a hat-trick, he polished off the Sussex first innings with 2 wickets in 2 balls. Didn't get the hat-trick. Can he get the wicket of Coles here? Bowls now. Oh, dug in short, and would certainly have been a white ball wide. Was very short and very wayward. Plenty of pace though. Of course, he struck Coles. We're not entirely sure where. All we knew is it looked and sounded, and clearly to James Coles felt painful. Knocked the wind right out of his sails, and the next ball he tried to take on a short ball and just lolloped it up. Pushes us into the offside. Oh, hello. Run out chance. He's at the stumps. Okay. But not out. This time it's Fergus O'Neill with the direct hit. And very nearly John Simpson paid the ultimate price there for some indecision. It was pushed into the offside, and Coles went 1 step, 2 step. Coles responded 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 step. And then the brakes had to come on because O'Neill, coming in from the covers, picked it up, underarmed it. Dead-eye Dick from Australia.
Wow,
hit the
good
stumps, and Simpson got back there. 143 for 5. It's got a bit of fielding, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would have been disastrous.
Coles on 14. Might not be tempted to go for a quick single, and isn't.
How did you read that, Dave? Did you think Coles set off for the single and sent Simpson back, or do you think Simpson called Coles through?
No, Coles would have called that. He pushed it and set off a couple of paces, and Simpson responded to the call. And then Coles realised it was a poor call and would have said, whoops, sorry, no, sorry, John.
Well, certainly if they had gone for the single, Coles would have been run out by a mile, particularly with O'Neill hitting the stumps.
Yes, I think after he'd gone 2 steps, he quickly realised that he wasn't going to run. There's Josh Tong in, still striving for a wicket. Hit him on the pad, and they're asking, but maybe outside the line. O'Neill does the fielding, and there was clearly some bat involved, which was a really good reason for not giving an LBW shout. 144 for 5. Sussex lead by 13, and once again we're seeing what just that little bit of extra pace can do. Can ruffle up a batsman and certainly change their game plan. We saw it this morning with Jayden Seales, proved a fabulous foil for Ollie Robinson, or the other way round. Ollie Robinson proved a fabulous foil for Seales, whichever way round. They complemented each other. Next ball's cut into the offside, no run. It's like Mike Tyson used to say, wasn't it? They all came into the ring with a plan against me, and that all changed once I'd hit them in the face.
Talk about Cole Froch. I guess he was a sort of a sporting hero is the wrong word.
Yeah. Well,
certainly, a big sporting icon maybe in this part of the world.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, at the time. 144 for 5. Tong bowls, Simpson drives to mid-on. Of course, the other big sporting icons, if you like, different sport, but always associated with Nottingham, Torval and Dean. They've just played.
Of course.
They've been playing the arena. Playing, is that the right thing? They've been at the arena all week this week on the start of their farewell tour, which continues in July. I think they've got just 2 or 3 more dates in July, and they say that will be it. That will be the
that'll be the swan song, isn't it?
That will be the swan song, and
Where's that? Because there's an ice rink in Nottingham, or is that at the Motor Point Arena?
Motor Point Arena, it's in there.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
How many does that hold? I mean, do they have concerts and things in there?
Oh yeah. You know, big concerts and you know, the darts are in there and all sorts of things. The ice hockey. Last weekend it was the ice hockey playoffs. We're in there, crowds from all over the country, and Nottingham Panthers won that.
How many would that hold, Dave?
Certainly Aaron and Kirsty would know better than me. I would throw the figure 10,000.
Right, okay. So it's a
at you,
substantial
but
arena. Yeah.
But whether it is that many or it's more than that, I'm sure somebody will correct me. We've got LPW going to have a bowl.
Yes, 144 for 5. So Sussex are inching this lead, but it's nowhere near enough at the minute. 13 for 5, effectively. Simpson on 12, Coles on 15. If you just joined us, live cricket here on the BBC. The story of the day, Nottinghamshire getting to 300 and a lead of 131. Some excellent lower order resistance from this man, Liam Patterson-White, who made 42. Josh Tongue, who made 39. It is Patterson-White who's in and bowls. Coles drives pleasantly to mid-off. There is no run. Sussex then made a good start through Haynes and Hughes. They were 89 without loss, but then lost 5 for 36. And now really got their backs to the wall, just leading by 13. Coles and Simpson trying to repair the damage. But Notts now heavy favourites. Patterson-White in. Coles looks to paddle that around the corner. It hits the pads of Culverena, and there is no run.
I do like a nice, round, simple number. So for that, I thank Nottinghamshire for getting all out for exactly 300. You know where you are, don't you?
I agree.
With round numbers.
Comes Patterson-White again, bowls. James Coles is forward, stretches down the onside of the track, and there is again no run.
You don't want to be subtracting your 297s from your
no
483s, do you, and all that sort of stuff.
Just the one slip in place. Patterson-White in, Moles. Coles uses his feet, clips that one out to deep mid-wicket and picks up a single, filled out there by Farhan Ahmed. One more to the total. Coles goes to 16, 145 for 5. The lead extends by 1 to 14. Someone's taking off their jumper. Who's that?
Haynes.
Oh, he's taken off his... the 12th man's come on and taken off a jumper and bought on a helmet. So we're going to get a close fielder in at silly mid. No, he's not. He's going to... Where's he going to? Leg slip, short leg? Short leg. After all of that. Got something tucked in the back of his trousers as well.
Yeah.
Patterson-White in and bowls. And Simpson drives crisply to long on. Fielded down below us by Ben Duckett. One more to the total.
It's not a fashion show, Adrian, is it?
No. Simpson to 13. Coles on 16, 146 for 5. Comes Patterson-White again. Bowls. Coles stretches forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. That is the end of a very tidy over from Liam Patterson-White, who was called up to this game at very short notice when Lyndon James pulled out with a virus. And he's had a good game. I mean, those 42 runs, Dave, were really very important indeed. And he bowled well in the first innings as well. Didn't pick up a wicket, but 8 overs for 12 just provided the steadying influence that I guess Asib Hamid was looking for at that time.
Yeah. He's had a good week. Said started the week with a score of 165 for Not Seconds on Monday. Tuesday he got 7 wickets as Not Seconds rounded off their game against Durham Seconds, and then Friday morning he was called into this starting 11 once Lyndon James pulled out. Here's Josh Tong bowling to John Simpson. First ball is just defended up to Hamid at mid-off. Both these sides beginning the season with a win and 2 draws. Who did Sussex beat?
Sussex beat Somerset at home.
That's right, yeah,
convincingly.
yeah,
Drew
yeah,
with Edgbaston on a very flat deck at. I mean, they never looked like they were going to be a result. And then Surrey last week, a game that the weather intervened quite a bit. We lost best part of a day
146 for 5. Tong bowls, Simpson digs.
Yeah, two big scores, 435 and 490 down at Hove last week. It was a track that didn't give the bowlers a huge amount of assistance.
Here comes Josh Tong. 2 test matches. And out all of 2024 through injury. Missed all year's cricket. Farhan Ahmed there has gone to ground and then lost control of the ball. And for about the 18th time today, we've had an all-run 3. John Simpson galloping back to make his ground at the non-striker's end. 149 for 5. The lead up to 18.
Just to say, Durham now 95 for 4, needing 13 to win. So our friend Martin Emerson will definitely have a 2-dayer. That win will lift Durham up the table. I still think Durham will be a threat this season in this first division. They've got a lot of injuries at the moment, but be their first win.
Tong bouncer. That's too high, and it's called a wide. No real surprise there.
I think sorry, Dave.
Oh, well, I was going to say, if they're going to be a threat, need to get on with it, because after this round of matches, that's 2/7 of the season. 4 of the 14 matches gone already.
Do you know, I was thinking that this morning and thinking about Sussex have got a week off, then they've got 3 in a row, and then we're halfway through the county championship season before the end of May. It's bonkers, really.
Here comes Josh Tong again, bowls and driven on the bounce back towards him. It bounces over Tong's outstretched arm, and there's the backer upper, Hasiba Mead. Well, Notts have got Hampshire next, and that will be the 4th of their 7 home matches before the middle of May.
It is a shame, isn't it, the way, because we're lucky this year, we've had a good spring, but if you get a wet spring, it just makes a nonsense of things, really. All that winter preparation.
There's Tong again, and got it, gets a wicket. It's Coles, the right-hander. 150 for 6 now. Josh Tong, his first wicket of the second innings here. Another LBW decision. Umpire Neil raising the finger there. James Coles, LBW, Josh Tong. Made 16. Was at the crease for an hour and 20 minutes. Faced 63 balls, no boundaries. It was a stodgy effort from James Coles. Did the job, as I say, for an hour and 20 minutes, and then gets one that strikes him on the right pad. It was it's one of those. I think James Coles in an international match would be advised by his batting partner from the other end, review it, have a look. Would have been on or around the line of off stump, maybe even outside, but he's been given. Lyndon James out there bringing the drinks out now, out on the field with his teammates. So he's not been too far away from the action with this viral infection. Clearly what do they call it, the youngsters? A FOMO, fear of missing out. Here comes FHP, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
And I really feel, with all due respect to Jack Carson, who has got a top score of 89 or 94, I forget, with Jack. But really, Sussex are staring down the barrel here, and it's... What have they lost? They've lost 6 for 61 since that opening stand.
Yeah.
And with Josh Tong racing in, and still 15 overs, Dave. There's a possibility this could finish tonight. Sussex, Sussex would be desperate that they're...
Well, certainly the last 3 wickets in the first innings didn't put any on, but...
well, no, they didn't.
Before then, there was...
Well, in fact, they were... Sussex were... They were 116 for 6. And finished on 169, so 53, but they were...
Yeah, Nick Morrell agreeing that high and outside the line.
Oh, really?
Poor decision, says Nick. we're not really in a position. We're high in the sky, and we're sort of looking from long leg, playing over towards the Bridgeford roadside. In comes Tonk to the new man, who's beaten outside the off stump, Finn Hudson-Prentice. 150 for 6. That's the end of the 49th over. So Josh Tonk has his first wicket of this, the second innings. Got 5 in the first. Thank you, Nick. Lovely to hear from you.
Yes, I don't know if we'll see that again on the replay, but kind of matters not really. The decision's been made. We've still got 15 overs to be bowled tonight.
Yeah.
And I would imagine if another wicket goes down here, that Nottinghamshire might well go for the extra half hour.
Like I say, I think they've got to bowl Sussex out within the 15 to ask for the extra half an hour, because the umpires wouldn't. If Sussex got wickets standing at the end of the allocation, they couldn't agree to an extra half an hour with not still needing wickets and lose the 2 overs for the change of innings.
Patterson White in bowls to Simpson, plays it down the track, no runner. My expert at home, Sam, says it was a marginal decision. I think Dave's description about DRS was a good one.
Yeah,
so
I think you'd review that, yeah.
But a marginal decision, so not a howler by the umpire. Patterson White in bowls to Simpson, who drives onto his foot out into the offside, and Hudson-Prentice doesn't want the single at the non-striker's end. There is no run. Into this over, I'll go and do an update. It's been a hugely disappointing day, though, for Sussex, really. Having
2 days, really.
Yeah, having fought themselves back into it this morning with Seals and Robinson, but the batting in both innings has been desperately disappointing. Patterson White in bowls, Simpson plays down the offside of the track, no run.
It's funny how we rely on DRS and we trust DRS, don't we? When it says it's just clipping, everybody sort of takes it and that's what would have happened. But you sometimes see them and you think, no.
Patterson White bowls, Simpson plays into the offside.
No, you can see the ball's already on a trajectory that's going to take it wide of the stumps, but that's what we have and that's what we go by. But
I'm a bit old school really with both DRS and with all the technology in football these days. In comes Patterson White bowls, Simpson places onto the onside. They've taken one, surely they won't come back for a second. That'd be much too risky, and they don't. Simpson goes to 17, 151 for 6. Sussex lead by 20. I just think with LBW decisions, that in a course of a season that you win some and you lose some with an umpire, and
the football VAR, it just sucks all the life out of celebrating a goal, doesn't it?
And I think, Dave, with offsides, some you'll get, some you won't. Over the course of a 40-game season, the best team usually wins the league and the worst goes down.
You want the goal line technology. If the ball has crossed
the line...
Of course,
I agree with that.
If it's crossed the line, you need to know.
Patterson White in and bowls. I'll tell you what, you can't afford to defend from the crease there, but he gets away with it. End of the over, Dave. I'm going to leave you for a few minutes. I'm going to do the update.
Give my love to everybody on the south coast. 151 for 6. Simpson 17. Hudson-Prentice yet to get off the mark. Men out in this innings. Dan Hughes for 25 to Farhan Ahmed. Same bowler got rid of Tom Clark for 2. Third out was Tom Alsop, giving out LBW for the second time in the match, this time by Fergus O'Neill, who got the big wicket, certainly as far as the set batsman was concerned. Tom Haynes, straight after tea, caught and bowled by the Australian. It was a really good reflex catch for 64. O'Neill then got caught. It was a good catch from Ben Duckett. And last to go, Josh Tong's first wicket of the day, getting James Cole's LBW. Tong's now going to be bowling to John Simpson, who's already contributed a battling 17. He's on now as Tong round the wicket bowl. Durham need 4 runs to register a victory. They're at New Road. They're 104 for 4, chasing a victory target of 108. Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark at the crease. That one seemingly is Only a ball or so away from finishing. Lots have got 3 slips and a leg slip in Ben Slater. This is out of the middle of Simpson's bat, turned on the leg side. Another single to Simpson. .152 for 6. Near Adrian in the distance, he's next door updating listeners in the south. This delivery from Tong, just a little leggy and tickled away down to long leg. Sam Cetron's down there as the sub fielder. 153 for 6. Sussex lead by 22. We'll swap over again for the lefty. John Simpson. Tom bowls to him and nicely defended. Durham now require 2 to win at New Road. Scores level at the Oval. As Simpson gets a single here, 154 for 6. Somerset 283. Surrey, same score but with only 5 wickets down. Sussex lead by 23 here. Only made 169 in the first innings. Notts followed up with 300. Sussex losing 5 wickets before wiping out the deficit. We've lost James Cole since then. Lots have got 3 slips, a leg slip and a short leg in. As Hudson Prentice just pushes forward at Tong, goes up to mid-on. There's no run, 154 for 6. The end of that Josh Tong over, he's 1 for 31. Still no sign of Brett Hutton getting a bowl.
Perhaps, Dave, with Brett Hutton, they feel if he has got a bit of a niggle somewhere, maybe they're thinking, well, maybe we don't need to bowl him. You've got a week off next week, haven't you?
I was going to say, it's just the likes of, I was going to say me and you, maybe just me, would like to know, is he fit enough if necessary?
Yeah.
With Pennington and McCurr, and obviously Stone's out long term again.
He's had a dreadful time with injuries, hasn't he?
Yes. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White to bowl to John Simpson. Adrian Holmes back alongside.
Just the one slip in place. Hasib Hamid is in at that silly mid-on position as in comes Patterson-White bowls to Simpson. Lets that go outside the off-stump. Good leave by Simpson. Well, I can say that now because it's gone into the gloves of Carl Verena and there is no run. Patterson-White back to his mark. In again and bowls. Simpson defends down the track. There is no. Just one point I was thinking of this last night, Dave, about the relative strengths of the sides and attracting good players to clubs. And of course, it's easier when you're perhaps playing at a Test match venue with the resources. In comes Patterson-White again bowls. Simpson drives into the offside. They think about a single. Hudson Prentice halfway down the track, and there is no.
It's looked at times as if it might be the most likely way that Notts are going to get their next wicket on occasions here, the run out.
It has. But I guess, from a Sussex point of view, they very much have to rely on the younger players coming through and the youth players. They brought in one or two from outside, notably John Simpson, of course. Patterson White bowls, Simpson defends down the track. There is no run.
Oh, I'd have played at Hove in a heartbeat. I'd have loved to have played there, even with the slope.
I don't know whether... In comes Patterson White bowls. Simpson defends onto the onside, no run. Yes, I guess I was thinking about, a lot of the Nottinghamshire have come from other counties, and Sussex have, they bought through their own, and one or two of those have gone. I mean, the likes, Sussex have lost some good players in recent years. The likes of, Phil Salt, who's gone to Lancashire and very much part of the England T20 setup now. Patterson White bowls, Simpson plays down the ground to long on, picks up a single. He goes to 20, end of the over 155 for 6. Simpson 20, Hudson Prentice won the lead, is 24. Luke Wells has gone to Lancashire and done well. Danny Briggs went to Warwickshire and won a county championship. So good players have moved on.
We've got a result. Durham have defeated Worcestershire by 6 wickets.
Right, well that will move them up the table quite a way, I think.
Is Ali Orr playing at the moment? I can't recall seeing his name this season. He went to Hampshire, didn't he?
Yeah, and it hasn't really worked out for Ali down there. So he left. He left
was
Sussex
a couple of years ago.
Yes, he went at the end of the season before last.
Yeah.
Paul Farbrace's first season in charge. Went to Hampshire. He's had a lot of injuries, Ali, and is now having a lot of problems forcing himself into the side. A lot of conjecture when he left the club, because he'd had a good season, but the season before he'd had a good season, but then he'd had some injuries and hasn't really kicked on down at Hampshire so far. I mean, he's a very hard-hitting opening batsman.
Tong to continue from the Stuart Broad end, bowling to John Simpson, who resolutely defends again. A few shadows around the players now from natural light, which is good to see. Still a chillier day than many we've had at Trent Bridge this season. What have you seen?
No, just I just saw a news flash come up about the FA Cup semi-final.
Oh, yes, Oh, the floodlights are coming on. Those shadows aren't from the floodlights, I can assure you, but they have just been turned on as Simpson hits 4 through mid-wicket. The fielder over there, Fergus O'Neill, flung himself to the ground, but by then the ball was thudding into the advertising board. So that was a nice shot from John Simpson, who's on to 24, 159 for 6. Sussex lead is 28.
Nice shot. Well, Simpson there, there's maybe a slender hope for Sussex. He can get some kind of a lead, but it's a long way off.
Here comes Tong. Will he have his dander up after that shot off his bowling? Not on this occasion. Pitches it up and just turned to O'Neill at mid-on, no run.
Yes, because there are wage caps and that sort of thing around county cricket, aren't there? But I guess the larger counties kind of.
I'm going to say, are there?
Yeah,
do they apply to
well, yes,
the Surrey and the rest?
Yeah.
Tong in again, and a lovely shot at the over. 163 for 6, and the leader skipped on to 32.
Yeah, we've said continually through the 2 days, Dave, that I think this is a really good 4-day pitch. There's a bit in it, but if you get your head down and play proper shots, there are runs to be made as well. If I could carry this track around the county championship, I would. This is the sort of pitch I like to see.
A couple of boundaries off Josh Tong in this over. 2 balls to go. Comes in now and bowls to Simpson. Oh my word, that was fancy. It was a little
played.
Quicker, and John Simpson, I don't know if he's ever had a go at limbo dancing, but that was an ideal starter lesson for him, because he very, very quickly had to react and lean back sharply, otherwise he'd have got one on the nose.
Yeah, he played that well actually. It was a good delivery. It was good cricket.
Yes, he wasn't struck by the ball, so he played it well. That was a heat-seeking missile sent down by Josh Tong. If we can get the words out. Here he comes, last ball of the over. In again to Simpson, bouncer over his head. But Simpson was bobbing down, so the umpires rule it legal. 163 for 6 at the end of the over. 11 to go. And we're just about on the scheduled close time now, just coming up to 6 o'clock. So again, there'll be 40 minutes or so to be tagged on at the end of the day. And then we'll be back in the morning. I'm fairly convinced of that. These 4 wickets would have to go bang, 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 I think, for a result to come this evening. I'm sure we'll be back tomorrow morning. Whether we come back for the 4th morning or not is...
I think that's highly debatable.
It's unlikely, yeah.
Slip on a short leg in place. Liam Patterson-White is going to come into bowl the next over. Round the wicket bowls to Hudson Prentice, who clips down towards the fine leg boundary, and that's going to run away for a boundary. It's a shortish boundary on that side of the ground and just tickled around the corner by Hudson Prentice. And he picks up his first boundary. He goes to 5, 167 for 6. The lead to 36. Hudson Prentice waits, and Patterson-White already back to his marking, comes in off this half a dozen pace run-up bowls to Hudson Prentice, who is stumped. And I have to say, that is not very clever cricket. I presumed he was stumped, but I mean, we'll have to see that again. But whatever it is, Hudson Prentice is on his way.
It was nearly run out, wasn't he? He came charging down the wicket to a ball that was... he tried to get down to the pitch of the ball. It's incorrect to say it was a Yorker length delivery. In fact, the board has got bowled Patterson-White, so whether it just rolled onto the stumps, that's twice we've given Verena a stumping in the match, and it's not panned out like that. It's given us bowled for 5, but he came dancing down the track and just couldn't negotiate the ball, jabbed the bat down on it. Here we're going to see a replay, Adrian.
Oh yeah, it's hit his pad and rolled onto the stumps.
Yeah, it's out bowled.
Yeah.
So LPW gets a wicket, 167 for 7. Having just said it can't finish tonight, these wickets would have to go bang, bang, bang. Well, in the first innings, the last 3 did go bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
Lead is 36, and it's 167 for 7.
I'm not sure Sussex have helped himself here today. I mean, I know you need to be positive, but just hit a boundary. I'm not sure dancing down the track is necessarily the right way to go. I mean, I'm always mindful it's very easy when we're sitting up here. But well, it's been quite the collapse, really. 89 for 1, so Sussex have lost, what, 7 for 80, I reckon, Dave, that is? 11 for 78. Sorry, 7 for 78. After Daniel Hughes was out. So out comes Jack Carson. And I keep saying, oh, this is the lot. But I think, this is score enough, but these two, it's asking a lot of a number 9. Anyway, in comes Liam Patterson-White. 10 overs left in the day, bowls, and Carson is forward, plays crisply to mid-on, and there is no run.
You're looking for a bit of fight and character now, aren't you, from 9, 10, 11, some desire to stick around with
totally.
Simpson.
Well, I think the skipper would be disappointed there, really, because he's playing well, he just needs someone to stay with him. Patterson-White bowls to Carson, who plays down the ground. Good sliding stop by Hutton.
Well, there didn't appear to be an awful lot wrong with Brett Hutton there, did they?
No, very good. In fact, he's laughing with someone, I think. A joke from the balcony, I think, about...
And now he's holding his elbows.
Patterson-White in again, bowls. Carson solidly forward, plays back down the track. Again, there is no run. 67 for 7.
Yeah, didn't seem to be too much wrong there as he moved sharply and then put a slide in to stop the ball going for 4.
They're going to give him the single here. Patterson White in bowls. Carson clips into the onside, and they do take the single, which will expose Jack Carson to Josh Tongue. I think the Notts boys fancy doing this tonight, you know, Dave. They're not, you know, they may well ask for the extra time. 168 for 7.
Carson caught Duckett, bowled Tong for 6 in the first innings.
Well, in the first innings,
Josh Tong's coming off the field, so it's not going to be Josh Tong, and it is going to be Brett Hutton, I think.
Is he limping? No, I hope not. No, he's all right. In the first innings, Sussex were 166 for 7 and bowled out for 169. And here they're 167 for 7.
The last 3 wickets, they went bang, bang, bang.
They did.
So, 2 similar innings, it seems, unless the last 3 wickets can significantly do much better than the first innings. Might be a nice little touch from Asiba Mead to bring Brett Hutton on, but this won't be done out of sentimentality. Let's get him on just to see if we can get him a wicket. This will be done to rest Josh Tong, who's just given it his all, but also because Asiba Mead thinks he could be the man for the job. The coaching staff, the medical staff will have assured Brett Hutton that he is okay and he's good to go, and Brett Hutton will have assured the skipper that he's good to go. So let's see how it pans out. Floodlights are on. Here is Hutton then. 4 wickets in the first innings. Bowls to Jack Carson. Pushes it out into the covers. Number 16 for Notts, bowling to number 16 for Sussex. 168 for 7. Sussex lead by 37. So if, say, it took 4 overs to get these last 3 wickets, hypothetically speaking, Notts would have 6 overs at the moment to chase about 40, and they could ask for the extra half an hour. That's sort of the equation you're dealing with, but they've got to get these wickets, and it's not as easy as perhaps that makes it sound as Carson pushes this back to Hutton. But there is a scenario where it could be done tonight if these last 3 wickets do go down quickly, but I think with Tong off the field, it's perhaps unlikely that Notts will just blow a hole through 8, 9 and 10 as they did in the first innings. Carson pushes this back again to Brett Hutton. First 3 deliveries or so from Brett Hutton have come out nicely. He's running okay, and whatever alarm or scare there was, then hopefully it was just erring on the side of caution, perhaps just a little bit unnecessarily. But he'll have wanted the reassurances. Can't be anything worse than perhaps just pushing your body a little bit more and then finding yourself out of the game for 6 weeks. 168 for 7. Hutton bowls again, short, pulled away by Carson onto the leg side and out to Haynes. So the score in the second innings, 169 for 7, matches the all-out score in the first innings for the visitors.
Yeah. Well, the skipper won't.
Thank you, Mandy.
He's been very good. Just shows how important those runs were at the end of the innings. I mean, you know, 210 for 8 to get to 300. You know, those last 2 wickets adding 90 runs.
Hutton round the wicket to John Simpson. Balls now. And Simpson's been playing with a very straight bat as much as possible. Is it a couple of times? Just making sure he's got it right for the next time he has to push the ball back to Brett Hutton. 1 ball left in this over. Hutton's figures, of course, as well as Josh Tong's, are skewed by the fact that he came off earlier in this innings, having only bowled 4 balls in an over. He's in now and bowls, and Simpson just leans forward and runs it down to third, and there'll be a couple of runs down here.
Yeah.
171 for 7, so Sussex gone past their first innings score. They lead Notts by 40 with 3 wickets left.
Oh, he was very keen to scamper back, wasn't he, John Simpson, for his second run. Jack Carson is another who never likes to give up, and nor should you. Because you never quite know, but effectively Sussex 40 for 7 here. It's an enormous task. Well, we've got 9 overs left, so I mean, Notts just may think, well, it's a good. If there was any doubt of an inclement weather forecast, but tomorrow's meant to be a glorious day, I think, and Monday as well. Anyway, Ian Patterson-Wright is now remarking out his run-up. I think he's going to bowl fast or something. He's not going to, by the way.
No, I don't know what's changed between the last over and now, but you're quite right. He's just strided out. Is that a word? Strided out.
Comes in, bowls to Carson, who plays 2 short extra cover, fielded by Hamid. There is no run. Slip of a short leg, keeping Jack Carson company. The floodlight shining very brightly now.
Yeah.
Patterson-White in again, bowls. Carson drives to backward point. There is no run. And whether John Simpson has sort of taken the decision here to try and take as much of Brett Hutton and the seamers as possible over these last, to try and drag this out and get it into a 3rd day. Patterson-White in again, bowls. Carson drives into the offside. There is no run.
Strange old dismissal that of Finn Hudson-Prentice, in that he jabbed down on the ball and it did spin back and roll onto the stumps. I know he'd come a long way down and found himself in no man's land, but it's funny how a cricket ball will react with spin on it.
Cheers. Patterson-White bowls. Carson forward. As I say, it's very free. It's just an observation. I never call it a criticism. I just felt that John Simpson needs someone to bat with him.
Yeah.
That just stay it, just hang around, make life difficult. Comes Patterson-White again, bowls. Carson plays into the offside. All crumbs. Don't take a risky single, Sussex. That really would be a bit of a disaster. Patterson-White just gives the ball a bit of a clean. 1 more ball to go. There's no 2 more balls. No, 1 more ball to go.
Yeah.
In he comes, bowls. Carson full toss, clips it away on the leg side. That could well be the boundary. Brett Hutton, is it not? Pursuit is going across the netted area. He slows. Oh, he does stop it. And he gets a fair amount of ironic cheers from his teammates. Well done, the big quick. He's going to bowl the next over. He's gone charging across the netted area there and prevented a boundary, but he's now got to go and bowl, and I think he's getting a bit of ribbing from his teammates out there as well. There he goes, he comes jogging in. The life of a fast bowler, eh?
He sees the humour in it as well.
173 for 3, the lead is 42, we've got 8 overs to go, so I think my feeling is here, if we did go bang, 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 I don't know, we would lose 2 overs, so we'd have 5 left tonight.
And they can then claim an extra 8.
Yeah, so they might do. We'll see.
I think we're right on the cusp. Those 3 wickets need to go down in the next 2 overs, I would say. But unlikely, you would imagine. I don't know what Jayden Seals, don't know the man at all, but don't want to be stereotypical. Don't know what his approach would be to going out there and, well, can I hang on just to drag this into a 3rd day. 173 for 7. John Simpson on 30. Played away onto the offside. Don't necessarily think that's the Caribbean way of playing the game. A lot of the West Indian cricketers I know and have spoken to, they might be out there for a short little time. Just looking on the live stream, actually, interrupting myself there, and he's rolled his trouser leg up, his cricket flannel leg up there, and he's cut off some sort of strapping, or got the umpire to lend him some scissors so he could cut off some strapping there. Brett Hutton might just have come loose when he dived in the previous over. Sussex lead by 42. Brett Hutton into his 6th over in this innings. Bowls now, and Simpson eases it out as far as Haynes, and there's no run. Durham have beaten Worcestershire, the other game in Division 1. Surrey have now got the lead, 302 for 6 at the Oval. Somerset made 283. Division 2, Derbyshire 472. Well, they're not going to lose, I don't think, with that score. Middlesex 95 for 3. And Gloucestershire 78 for 1 in their second innings. That's a lead of 69 over Leicestershire.
Not such a big lead for Surrey as I think they would have liked. I mean, they looked on for a big lead against Somerset, but Somerset have clawed that back a bit, in fairness.
They're only 6 down, 303 for 6 as Houghton bowls. Simpson turns to leg. The bat's so deep. Let's have a little look who's in at the moment for Surrey. Dan Lawrence is still there and Jordan Clark.
Well, to be honest, Dan Lawrence last week down at Hove, on the third evening, he was just smashing the ball out of the ground. A magnificent 100 he made.
Yeah, so there is still scope for Surrey to rack up a sizable score. Houghton bowls wide of the off stump. The shadows are back from natural sunlight here rather than the floodlights.
Just the difference looking at the league table, that win for Durham takes them up to 45 points. Now they've played a game more than anybody else, but it will. I mean, a Nottinghamshire win here, which I think is
favourite at the moment.
Favourite would lift them quite a bit clear.
There's Houghton bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-off again, and down at the other end, Worcestershire bottom, and Somerset next to bottom. Never mind.
Yes, I mean, Worcestershire played for just the 18 points for Worcestershire, so they're certainly struggling without a win. They next come to Hove is their next game. That's going to be an important game for both counties.
Sussex versus Worcestershire.
Yeah.
There's Houghton. Bowls, and John Simpson got a little lucky there. He went to turn that to leg and it just skewed off the outside portion of the bat and very nearly carried to cover. Obviously on the other side, got away with one there. 173 for 7. Notts only play Worcestershire once this season. The pairs don't come here. Don't think.
Yes, Sussex play.
Just have a little look at that, a little check on that.
Sussex play was, in fact, Sussex. I was looking at this last night. Sussex only play Surrey once, Nottinghamshire once, Essex once, and Durham once. So I think the fixtures have been, from that point of view, relatively kind to Sussex. Because you expect Surrey, Essex, and Notts all to be there or thereabouts, the way things have started. Liam Patterson-White, 7 overs to go in the day. Sussex leading by 42. Patterson-White comes into bowl to Jack Carson. Carson is forward, plays onto the onside, picks up a single. Good cricket by Jack. That's all you need to do. Pick up the singles and give the strike to the skipper.
Yeah, isn't it about not playing everybody home and away? If there's one side that's clearly weaker than the others, you don't play them. You have the potential to be missing out on some points.
Patterson-White bowls to Simpson, who just plays that down the ground, and there is no run. Sorry, there is a run. What am I talking about? Concentrate, Adrian. Simpson goes to 31, 175 for 7.
Unlike me, you can do 3 or 4 things at once. So,
no, I can't. No. Trying to do 2 or 3 things, but the primary job is to watch the cricket, and when it's a run, to say it's a run, so apologies.
Effectively, Sussex 44 for 7.
Yeah.
Games have been won from this sort of situation before. I think Headingley 81.
Patterson-White into Carson, who drives that away into the covers for no run. Yeah, they have.
Who's going to be Botham? Who's going to be Dilly? Who's going to be Bob Willis? Well, Ollie Robinson will take the Bob Willis role. You just need a Botham and a Dilly, I think.
Yeah. Patterson-White in bowls. Carson defends down the onside of the track, no run. Well, the skipper's out there trying to do his bit, and he can hold his head up and say, "Come on, just need to get your head down." Jack Carson waits. 6 overs to go after this one. Patterson-White in bowls. Carson drives to mid-off. Fielded by Duckett. There is no run.
Is it Terry Alderman who got a bit of stick from Botham in that match? I think it was.
Was it Terry Alderman who injured a shoulder as well in a match out in Australia all those years ago? Was that Terry Alderman?
I think so, yeah.
Did he take a catch or something? Or do you remember he get carried off with a shoulder injury? He then played for Kent, didn't he, for a while? In comes Patterson White. Gave that a bit of a tweak, and Jack Carson just eases the ball down the ground to long on, fielded by Brett Hutton, who retrieves the ball and is going to bowl, the next over.
If you'd have said, how did Terry Alderman injure his shoulder, I would have said a pitch intruder. I don't know if it's a streaker or just a pitch intruder ran on and he rugby tackled him.
He did. That's exactly what happened. Yes, and he injured his shoulder. Badly, though.
Yeah.
176 for 7. 6 overs left in the day. Sussex lead is 45. I think as the overs tick by, the likelihood is we will be here tomorrow. And as you say, where there's life, there's hope.
Yeah.
But it's a long way back here for Sussex. A very long way.
You just need those that are batting and those that are to come to believe it. There's Hutton bowls and Carson drops this on the leg side. No run. Hamid has skippered the side, I think, very well in this game.
Yes.
He had one job to do at the toss, and that was flick the coin up in the air, and can't remember now, though it was only yesterday morning. I can't remember. I was there. I can't remember whether John Simpson shouted heads and it came down a tail or the other way round, obviously, but the match referee chased after it. The coin didn't want to land for a while, did it? It rolled and rolled and rolled, and Will Smith went galloping after it, and I can't remember what he said. It's a head, and Seba Mead said, we'll have a bowl. Hutton bowls to Carson, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
The first game of the season was at Edgbaston, and for some reason the toss was made with a euro.
Oh, right.
And when it came down, what's happening there? It's a bit of a loving going on down there in the slips.
I don't know.
Ben Duckett and Joe Clark.
They're good mates, those two.
Yeah. But, and John Simpson called. I think they were a bit confused as to what happened, but in comes Hutton. Sorry, Dave, that's your ball.
Next ball goes through to Verena.
And I forget what happened, but I think Sussex lost the toss. Warwickshire won the toss and decided to bowl. But I think everyone was a little bit confused about who had actually won the toss. I think John Simpson was definitely confused.
I think there's been one or two cases in history where both sides have come out to bat, haven't they? Where they've both gone back and
that'd be funny.
Relayed the information to their team, and both thought they were batting. Turned away nicely by Carson, through leg for 4. More useful runs for the visitors. All the Notts supporters have heard me do this many times in the past. Perhaps you'd like to have a go and yell out the score in your best darts commentators.
Oh yes, 180. Yes.
180 for 7, Sussex. Lead by 49. It's building, Adrian. It's building. Believe, as Cher once sang. Here comes Brett Hutton to bowl to Carson, and a genuine old-fashioned shoulder arms from Jack Carson, bat pointing towards the sky.
Yeah, watching these two bat, there'll be a few lads sitting down there in the dressing room thinking, if we could have chipped in with a 20 or a 30, we could, if Notts were left a couple of hundred to get, they might well have gone, but a couple of hundred on a third stroke, fourth day pitch, you never know.
No, exactly right. This isn't one yet. Tottenham bowls now, and that one was skewed off the outside portion of Carson's bat. It was obviously to backward point, but there was nobody at backward point. There was a gully, and there was a man, Farhan Ahmed, on the point boundary, and he did the fielding. But had he been in on the one, might have been very interested. 181 for 7. I wonder if Brett Hutton has given it a go, and
is he going off?
Don't know.
Someone has trotted off, actually, Dave.
No, he's okay. He's okay. There were plenty. We'll have to see if he's going to continue. There were 2 or 3 just patted him on the end of the over, and whether that's just, well bowled Brett, hard luck, mate, or just got the feeling then it was sort of end of a spell time, but he's only had a couple of overs, hasn't he?
Yes.
But we'll have to see. Here's Fergie.
He's bowled well, this fella.
We're into Fergie time, late on this Saturday evening.
Well, he's been excellent. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 49. I think he's been very, very good indeed.
21 wickets in.
And Carson drives down the ground. O'Neill tries to field of his own bowling, can't do so, but Hamid is behind him at mid-off, and there is no run.
See, I spout some nonsense as always, and then I'm caught out by my real lack of knowledge, because Jamie Manners says the Believe song that he prefers is by Yellow Card. I don't know who Yellow Card are, Adrian.
Blimey, I'd have no
Don't know who
idea.
Yellow Card is, Jamie.
O'Neill bowls. Good shot by Jack Carson. Now, Brett Hutton is in, I'm going to say hot pursuit. He's not really in hot pursuit. The ball runs across the area where the nets are in the morning. That's a nice shot by Jack Carson. 4 runs, clipped away.
There's some good-looking young boys. They've got 114,000 Twitter followers. So
Right.
they're clearly a popular combo. But sorry, Jamie. Well, in a moment of desperation in the middle of the winter, when I'm missing these little chats, I'll I'll dig them out and have a listen.
Here comes O'Neill again, bowls. Carson right in behind that, plays that to backward point. There is no run. He's a fighter, is Jack. Jack Carson enormously. He's came over from Northern Ireland when he was in his teens and went to school over here, and he's a really gritty competitor. Very pleased the other week when Rory McIlroy won the Masters.
Has he kept his accent?
Yes. Here comes O'Neill, bowls to Carson, who defends onto the onside. There is no run. Started off life very much as over in Northern Ireland as a batsman. He's always bowled, of course, but you can watch him in the field. He doesn't leave anything out there, does Jack? Just an observation. I think 1 or 2 just having that kind of grit. O'Neill in bowls. Carson's call. That kept a little low, and Carson managed to squirt that one to back point. There is no run. O'Neill had a little look at Jack Carson. There is no run now. That fielder has gone out to. Why has that fielder gone all the way out there?
He's gone to the pub to get a round of drinks in, I think.
Well,
He's gone all
well, for one awful moment, I thought perhaps the ball had gone past him. It was going towards the boundary. I thought maybe I'm seeing things. He's gone out to a wideish third man.
It's rather dramatic. Just drop back from gully all the way onto the third man fence.
O'Neill in bowls, and Carson again solidly forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. So 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 53. Is Fergus O'Neill. Sussex 185 for 7. The lead is 54. We've got 4 overs left in the day, so I think we'll definitely be back tomorrow morning, because if a wicket went down now, there'd only be 1 over left. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then, and I think not to be in no hurry to get themselves in a pickle over that.
No. Before we knock off for the day, thanks to everybody that's been with us, whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours today. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Thanks, as always, to our fabulous camera crew. I think we've had Lee and Lewis and Shuey and Ella in front of the Fox Road stand down there out in the cold. There she is, waving to you, Adrian.
Oh, where is she?
She's over there.
Oh, yeah.
We've had Barney and Spence and Wilson, the static camera, and of course Kirsty and Aaron looking after the pictures and bringing you the occasional replay.
It's going to be warmer tomorrow, Dave, if they're I think so. They might not need the big puffer jackets or whatever. I wonder if Sussex can see it through to the close without losing another wicket.
So Brett Hutton was out of the attack after just 2 overs. I was right. It's Farhan Ahmed bowling with a bit of a grunt, bit of a Brett Hutton grunt there as he released that one. John Simpson defends. We are now within 23 legal deliveries of the end of the day. 185 for 7. Still a decent number inside Trent Bridge that have stuck around today.
But a good day cricket.
Farhan Ahmed in and bowls. Yesterday Sussex were bowled out for 169 knots with Hamid and Haynes going well in the final session. Got to within 5, 164 for 3 at the start of the day as Farn bowls and it's defended, but Sussex really came roaring out of the traps in the first hour this morning. Haynes for 35, Hamid for 85. The batters Josh Tong just to get things moving again. Patterson White hit a 6 on his way to 42. As Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this is chopped down to third man. Plenty of pace on it, and plenty of pace on Fergus O'Neill. Who's your money on? Who's your money on? The hair of the greyhound, and Fergus O'Neill does really, really well there. And they only get 2. Unlike most of the rest of the times today when the ball's gone near the rope and they've been able to scamper a 3. It was good running from the Aussie, 187 for 7. Liam Patterson-White made 42. Josh Tong finished unbeaten on 39. Really useful runs shed in an entertaining last wicket partnership with Farhan Ahmed, who was last out for 9. The Sussex bowling was terrific this morning. That's in capital letters as Farhan Ahmed bowls and Simpson punches it out into the offside. I thought Jaden Seales and Ollie Robinson, test bowlers both, really answered the Sussex call. John Simpson just kept pushing them for one more and one more and one more, and they kept delivering. They each finished with 4 wicket bags, but could so easily have been even more. Take a bow, Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seales, but Knott's got to 300 all out, a lead of 131. As Farhan Ahmed prepares to bowl the final ball of this over. Tossed up and a little bit of turn there. Simpson pushed at that and it turned through into the gloves. And after tea, Sussex began. Was it after tea or after lunch?
It was after lunch.
It was after lunch.
It was after lunch.
It was. Sussex began their second innings, 131 behind, and they've lost. After the openers put 89 on, Hughes for 25, Clark for 2, Alsop for 4, then Tom Haynes top score with 64, Carter for 12, Coles for 16 and Hudson Prentice for 5. That's just about brought you up to speed. 187 for 7. Sussex have wiped out their deficit and lead by 56 with only 3 wickets left, and we've got 3 overs left.
First of those to be bowled by O'Neill. I was just going to say, actually, as Carson plays into the offside now run, the way he chased that ball down here, he threw the ball in. I have nothing to do with how Notts recruit their players, but if I was anyone at Notts, I think I'd be dangling a nice contract in front of that young man for next season, because I think he's been terrific. I think his whole attitude, Dave, just watching him in the field, I mean, he's incredibly enthusiastic.
Who's this? O'Neill?
Yeah. You know, very enthusiastic, bowls at good pace, just looks a really good cricketer.
If not, somebody else will.
Yeah, well, totally. Well, perhaps Sussex might, because he's just everything you want from an overseas. You know, a bit like Jaden Seales, charges in. I was watching Jaden today chase. It's just what you want, just the attitude. He's been very good indeed. But I was just going to say, 14 wickets in the day, 320 odd runs. You're paid to come in today. It's,
very much so.
You've had a good day's cricket.
Yeah.
In comes O'Neill. Sun is out. Bowls to Carson, who is going to pick up a boundary that was in the air over mid-wicket. There was a dive in there by, who's that in mid-wicket? He's spread-eagled on the ground. Is it Haynes?
Well, initial thought was it was Jack. Yes, it is Jack Haynes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Carson picks up a boundary. He goes to 19. Sussex 191 for 7. The lead is 60.
Yes, O'Neill's not had his head turned yet by, I know he plays in the Big Bash, but the worldwide web that is franchise cricket. It doesn't go here, there and everywhere every other month for a big pay packet. He's enjoying county championship cricket at the moment because he's only playing it for a month.
Here comes O'Neill, bowls, Carson defends. Down the track there is no run. I have to say, Dave, I mean, I don't know about you, there's so many tournaments around the world in white ball cricket. I don't have much interest in many of them. I have to say, there's just too many to keep abreast of, and a lot of the competitions to me seem to be played in front of virtually nobody, and I wonder where the interest is really. Well, clearly not with me. In comes O'Neill, bowls, Carson defends into the offside, no run.
I'll have a little look at the Big Bash whilst I'm getting through my boiled egg in a on a cold January morning, because it's on at breakfast time, and it's there. It's on the channel that we subscribe to,
and that gets good attendances in the main.
It's relatively simple to follow, and know a lot of the players, but no, I don't spend an awful lot of time on any of the others.
O'Neill is in again, bowls to Carson. Carson defends into the offside, no run. Is it the end of the over? It is the end of the over. 191 for 7. Jack Carson is on 90. John Simpson is on 33. These two have added 23, 24 for this 8th wicket. 19 of those to Jack Carson. John Simpson's probably just glad to have someone out there who's playing straight and has a little natural way saying, "Come on, Jack, let's get through these 2 overs. Let's still be here tomorrow. Let's still believe that we can. We're long odds here, but you never know. Give Jaden and Ollie something to bowl at in the morning."
That's the way to approach it. Botham Dilly 81.
Well,
191 for 7 is the score, by the way.
Ooh.
Just a change of field. Got a boundary rider over on the offside. Farhan Ahmed to bowl to the left-handed John Simpson. Now we're ready, and it is pushed in that direction, but doesn't get through the ring. So this is the penultimate over of the day. 191 for 7. We'll be wrapping things up in 3 or 4 minutes. What's been an engrossing day.
Yes, it has.
Farhan Ahmed bowls. Simpson again pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. 191 for 7. So 60 for 7 effectively. Notts will be well aware that they can't allow Sussex just to bat through the morning tomorrow morning and set them a challenging little chase. There's a sweep by Simpson. That for me was the start of their undoing, really, when Tom Clark went down on one knee and tried to sweep Ahmed and was palpably LBW, as they say, and it just unravelled fairly quickly after that.
It did.
192 for 7.
I just think from a Sussex point of view, at least give themselves something to bowl at tomorrow. Just raise. They've had a decent start to the season, but this has been they've been under the cosh in this game, and they need to show some fight. Certainly, these two are doing that.
3 balls left in this over, and suddenly Jack Carson finds he's got a little bit of company.
Yes, he has.
Clark is at slip, Duckett at leg slip, Slater at short leg. And here comes Farhan Ahmed round the wicket, trying to find a bit of rough, and deflected off a pad, I think, into the hands of Duckett at leg slip.
Yes, I think it was the pad.
Took a good catch earlier, Ben Duckett, to dismiss Ollie Carter off O'Neill. Really good catch that was for Ben Duckett. Didn't distinguish himself with the bat yesterday, but taken the 3 opportunities that have come to him in the slip corners. Carson again happy to block, and there's 1 ball left in this over and then 1 over to go. So Sussex going to bat the night out, that's for sure. 192 for 7. Final ball of the penultimate over. Ahmed making everybody wait, and then in he comes and tries to get it in a good area, which he does, but Carson's equal to it. So young Wiz, as they call him, Farhan Ahmed, finishes with 18 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 48, and that's been a terrific display once again from the 17-year-old. 192 for 7 Sussex as we go into the last over of the day to be bowled by Fergus O'Neill.
Yes. Just to reiterate what Dave has said, thank you everyone for your correspondence throughout the day. Thank you, Dave, for your hospitality yet again.
Very welcome.
It's Been always a treat to come to Trent Bridge. I just wish we could have a 4-dayer up here. I mean, who knows? And I think that's very unlikely. Every time I come here, it's a 2 or 3 day game. But Sussex are battling away, but they've still got backs to the wall. Can they get through to tomorrow with 3 wickets remaining? In comes O'Neill, bowls to Simpson, who clips that one down to fine leg, picks up his 35th run, 193 for 7. The lead goes up by 1 to 62.
Notts won't mind that, I don't think. Simpson taking a single from the first ball, but equally, I don't think he should be turning down runs. I think Carson's been out there long enough now. He's 19 from 40 deliveries. He doesn't really need protecting. John Simpson doesn't need to stay on strike for every single ball. And the blunt truth is, if a wicket goes down, I think the Sussex dressing room would prefer it if their skipper wasn't the one to lose his wicket this evening.
In comes O'Neill, bowls. Carson is right in behind that, plays it to mid-off, fielded by Hamid. There is no run. No, I agree with that, Dave. 2 slips in place. Yeah, well done the crowd. They've hung on. Why wouldn't you hang on, actually? You've paid your money. You've seen a good day's cricket, and ground staff getting ready to do their bits and pieces at the end of play.
It's a long day for them, isn't it?
Yeah, getting here 9 in the morning or something. In comes O'Neill, bowls. Carson drives nicely to mid-off. Hamid again fields.
I should say 7 rather than 9.
Yeah, sorry. Really?
Yeah.
And it's a really long day, isn't it? When I often look at the Sussex ground staff, Ben Gibson and his team did a wonderful job, particularly when it's wet and you're dragging covers on and off. But we haven't lost an over in this game so far, which has been really good, and we've been pretty lucky.
You get here 8:30 in the morning, and there's already half a dozen practice nets up. Somebody's got to put them up. They don't just grow overnight.
And your bowls to Carson, who works this one down to third man. They've taken one. He's going back for a second, is Jack Carson. He goes to 21 and Sussex to 195 for 7, leading by 64. Fair to say it's been Nottinghamshire's day. I just come back to those 90 runs, Dave, for those last 2 wickets, because if you add 90 runs different, and you've got Sussex 150 ahead, and it just might be a different game. But as it is, they batted very well, the lower orders. Josh Tongue and Liam Patterson-White. And young Farhan Ahmed. In comes O'Neill, bowls. Carson forward, plays to mid-off. And there is no run. So 1 ball left in the day.
And then that will be it, folks. All being well, we'll be back on air just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hope you'll join us then. Enjoy whatever you're doing for the remainder of Saturday evening, whether you're going out night clubbing like Adrian, or
I'll be down
stopping in with a mug of cocoa like me. In fact, that might be it.
So, last ball of the day. O'Neill is in. Bowls to Carson, who's solidly forward. Plays to mid-wicket. Well, I like to be balanced in my commentaries, but well done, Jack. He's held out the final over, and Sussex are going to take this into the third day. 195 for 7, but make no mistake, that's very much been Nottinghamshire's day today. The lower order wagged, and then despite Sussex getting off to a very good start, Notts have bowled really very well. And Sussex under the cosh, they're not out of it, but Notts heavy favourites to win here tomorrow.
Yeah, start of the day, I sort of put it out there that Sussex would probably need to win 2 of the 3 sessions today to remain competitive. Not entirely sure they won 2 of the 3 sessions. They had a very good first hour, which certainly limited Nottinghamshire's first innings lead, and certainly they had a very good opening partnership between Haynes and Hughes, which sadly, in a sense, has been allowed to go to waste, because since they fell, another 7 wickets have gone for the addition of only a further 100. It's time for us to go to bid you all good night, because the hover cover's on. It makes a heck of a noise from us both at Trent Bridge, and again from Kirsty and Aaron and all the camera crew. Sincere thanks for being with us, and we'll do it again tomorrow morning. Sussex close on 195 for 7. That's an overall lead of 64. From us all, a very good night from Nottingham.